Good morning, everyone. It's Thursday. We made it through Hump Day. That's always a good thing.
Yeah.
Getting stuff done, and Sally's off for 2 days, so we're gonna get a lot of stuff done. She's my motivation.
You're my motivation.
She's like, "Get up and get things done. We got to get things done."
Yeah, the other day on Sunday, I was talking to Valerie on Facebook Messenger, and I said, "Okay, send me the link whenever you're ready." And then she didn't send me nothing, and we were talking about some other stuff, and then she just left, Messenger, and she wasn't talking to me for a little bit, and I'm like, "Dang, she's late today." And then I'm thinking, oh, we ain't doing a hangout today. It's Sunday. I'm like, I'm ready to work, man. Let's get on it.
I'm always excited when you have a day off
I am too.
because I know that you're gonna be motivating me. I'm gonna be motivating you.
Yep.
Uh, so Nikki said that both of her daughters can't, or their cars won't start. So she said, "I'll let you know when I'm done."
Oh, wow.
So it
I'm
was
always afraid of that it's going to be so cold that my truck's not going to start. But I've never had a problem.
that's good. You better find you some wood to knock on.
Watch my dog start barking. I'm surprised they didn't. Brandon was trying to fix my coffee pot yesterday, and he was banging on something. All of a sudden, the dogs just went crazy, barking at the door, thinking that somebody was at the door.
Did he fix it?
No,
Oh,
he broke it.
oh.
He broke it more than it was broke. So,
Well, at least he gave it the college try.
yeah,
That's a good thing.
it was very clogged. The heating element in it was pretty much burned out of it, and
Oh.
he tried to stick I think he tried to stick a wire hanger through it, and it just broke in half. So, like, okay, well, I guess that's not gonna work.
Time to go get you another one.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yep.
maybe you'll get lucky, and when next time you go to the dumpster, maybe you'll, or to wherever you go, your
Yeah.
honey hole.
Mm.
And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Um, anyway, maybe the next time you go there, you'll find what you're looking for.
Right. Never
A
know.
nice, a nice new to you coffee pot.
Yeah. Which will be tonight.
You're gonna go tonight?
Today's Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Yep, I'm going tonight. Yeah, Anessa says no wire hangers, Joe Crawford. Yep. I like having wire hangers around. I didn't have any for a while, and I found some, and I was like, I'm just gonna keep these around for a little bit, just because it seems like we either need something that's gonna fit in a very small hole that's gonna be longer, you know, And wire hangers are good for that.
Right. Yep.
My hair's messed up again. Sorry, people.
They don't care about your hair, Sally.
I do.
They just
We
care
got
about
some
that
gray going on
you're
here.
on and you're very entertaining.
Ooh. Where's everybody at today?
Oh. They're probably sleeping like we should be.
Yeah, I know. Time to get your asses out of bed. Let's go.
There's 5 viewers. Come on.
Come on, put your hat on and let's get on the show.
You don't need to fix your hair. Which that's easy for me to say, but
Maybe if you kind of mess it up, it'll make everybody feel better.
no.
There you go. Better?
You got a little bedhead going. Oh my God.
It's all better now. See what a little rustle and tussle will get you?
There you go.
Did you have any sales last night?
I had one. Just one.
One's. Oh.
It was a jean dress. And it was going to Mississippi.
Awesome. I had two.
It's like PPI.
Good morning, Eric.
Morning.
Did you get any, Sally?
I sold two. I sold a pretty much a boot. Kind of like the one that kind of like the one that it's like a stabilizer. And
a medical boot.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's the same one that I have actually. That I use for my plantar fasciitis. Yeah, for when you have spurs, you know, you're supposed to keep your foot stabilized in bed. It keeps the inflammation down. I sold that. Huh?
You got a fixed plantar fasciitis, don't you?
Huh.
You do the do you have stairs in your house or anything like that?
Nope. Well, I have stairs outside.
Well, you should stretch your toes on your stairs. Basically, you put the front part of your foot on the stairs and kind of bounce up and down like that. And then keep a can of peas in your refrigerator. And then at night when you're sitting there, or for you, in the morning when you come home from work, just take that can of peas out and just put it on the ground and just run it back and forth on the bottom of your foot while you're just sitting in a chair. It takes a long time to get over that, but once you start doing that, it keeps the inflammation down and it will heal. That's the biggest problem. It took me almost a year and a half to get over plantar fasciitis.
Yeah.
The bone spurs are just a symptom of fasciitis.
I had a hook spur in my foot.
Oh yeah, those are
in my heel. Yeah.
There's nothing like kicking your feet up and go, oh, let me put my foot on the table. And as soon as that heel hits the back of the table, you just scream almost in pain.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I'd almost scream like that every time I was getting out of bed and I put my foot on the floor. I was like, oh my God, what is happening to me?
Yep, that is the plantar fascia. The plantar tendon is that big long tendon in your foot, and the tendon runs in like a sheath. So there's that sheath around that tendon, and it's where what happens is that thing gets tears in it and stuff like that. And so every time it starts to heal up, In the mornings, when you take that first step, it's basically ripping that again,
Hmm.
and it's that first step. And next thing you know, you're bouncing on your toes, trying to keep that from
Yeah.
hurting. So that's what the boots are for. The boots are actually to keep your foot like that all night long, which is super
Hmm.
uncomfortable. But it means that when you get up in the morning, it's not going to have that tearing effect. But
Right.
I never could sleep with the damn boot on, so I just never did that. But I started using the peas trick and um, exercising my foot like that, and it just helps tremendously. And I still get twinges to this day, and it's like, oh hell no, I'm not doing that. So,
Yeah. You
uh,
know, at first, whenever I first started using the boot, it was all right. And then I started tearing myself out of it in the middle of my sleeping. So, I was like, it was like it wasn't doing any good anyways. But it
yeah,
also helps for you to bend your toes towards you.
mm-hmm. Well,
Try and do that exercise too.
I see. My biggest problem is I had issues with my foot, and I would spasm, and my toes, all my toes, literally would be bent back like that all the time. And my wife used to have to sit there and exercise my foot to get my foot to lay flat. She would sit there and massage, and then there's things that you can do like with the toes. I mean, she was literally just kind of twisting the toes, and it breaks up any of the issues that scar tissue and stuff like that.
Hmm.
It's a major pain, and I got it from I used to work at Lowe's, and I would literally walk probably 5 or 6 miles a day just walking around the store on a hard concrete floor.
Yeah.
That's how you get stuff like that. Not having good.
Well, I think how I got mine is because I I sleep with my toes clenched, basically. I'll be
Providing background music. She sleeps with
Yeah.
her toes when she's used to hanging from the tree and
Well, I'm double jointed in my toes. So, my mom used to tell the story that before I even walked, I was running across the floor with my toes underneath my feet.
Yeah.
uh,
Yeah.
And I sleep with my toes clenched where, they're up underneath my feet. Basically, I mean, they're not that, my toes aren't that long, but
wow, here's a
that's
toad.
that sounds funky. But yeah, but how I found out that something was terribly wrong was that I would, work, and whenever, I'd be running around all day or whatever, doing, or run around all night doing my work and stuff, and then the last 5 minutes is paperwork, and I'd go into the office, sit down, and I couldn't get back up hardly
Yeah,
because my feet were so, I mean, I would just, like, you know
yeah. It's those first
barely try to walk up
three
my
or four
feet.
steps, and then once you get it going again, you're usually okay. But it's those
Yeah,
first few steps.
yeah.
It's the
It was
weirdest.
like, I don't know what the hell's wrong with me, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I was because I was concerned because I kept putting my heel up on something and it would just hurt. I'm like, I don't understand this. I mean, there's a sharp. I mean, it's like someone's taking a red hot poker and putting it in the back of your heel, and you're like,
Hmm.
what the? And I finally went to a podiatrist, and he's like, oh well. And they took some X-rays and they showed me the bone spurs. He said, and I said, so how does this happen? He's like, well, it comes from plantar fasciitis. I said, I've had these for a long time. He's like, yeah, what it is that's a symptom. Most people think it's just a bone spur, and that's what the problem is. He said, but that's a symptom of plantar fasciitis. So, it's been warning you all this time, and now it's bad.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I had a cortisone shot in my foot, and I will never ever do that again. So if anybody ever comes at you and says we want to do a cortisone shot for your feet, punch them in the nose and run away.
Yeah, the because I seen a specialist, and she's the one who gave me the boot, and she said the she said I was supposed to go to physical therapy. I
Mhm.
ain't got time for that shit.
Yep.
And so I'm supposed to do that, and then, like, the next step, if the boot and the physical therapy doesn't, oh, I also take a
Yeah.
anti-inflammatory,
Yeah.
and then if the next step is to get a cortisone shot in your foot, which is, she said, extremely painful. She
Oh
told me
my
that.
God. I had the shot in my right foot, and I'm sitting there on this exam table, and the guy and I had a cortisone shot in my elbow when I was much younger. And my mom had told me, "Oh, cortisone shot, that's the worst thing in the world." And I'm like, "Oh no, man, it really worked for my elbow. It calmed the inflammation down, and I had no more pain. It was done." I'm like, if I can get that done with my foot, I'm all for it.
Yeah.
The guy comes in, he's like, "Well, yeah, we're gonna do this cortisone shot." And I said, "Okay." He goes, "Yeah, there's a lidocaine mix in there to help numb it." And I'm like, "All right, whatever." I kid you not, I'm sitting there on this table, and this guy jammed this needle in there, and I literally levered myself up on the table, and I'm like gripping the table with my one foot by the toes, and I'm just tears are rolling down my head. And he's just like, "Don't move your foot, don't move your foot." And I'm over here, this foot is solidly thing, but the rest of the body is just flashing everywhere. Was just, I swear to God, he could have, if he had cut the foot off, I'd have been more happy with it. And then he's like, yeah, he said, "These are really, really painful." I'm like, "Well, yeah, could have freaking said that before." Um, and so he's like, "Well, it's going to take about, 10 or 15 minutes to start numbing it up." He said, "You're going to be a little bit hobbled initially." So I hobbled out of there. I had to go back to work. I literally walked with a cane the rest of that day because I couldn't even feel my foot. It was just like a block of wood on the end of my leg.
Wow.
The next day I was like, "Oh, wow, this is great." I had no pain. Everything was doing good. 30 days later, it was back. He said,
Yeah.
and so I went back. He's like, "Yes, he said, that's the problem." He says, "It just doesn't always work." And he says, "And I don't do more than one shot." He said that the cortisone tears up your tendons as it is. Just as he put it, it melts the tendons and stuff. He said, "So we don't really like to do it more than once." I'm like, "You would have never got that needle under my foot anyway, but
Yeah.
do not do a cortisone shot in the foot." Because yeah, you will.
I wonder why it hurts so bad there, and then like other places it's not that bad.
Yeah, I said I had one in the elbow and it was perfectly fine.
And my husband's had them in the back, and he didn't say that, I mean, he said it was a little bit painful, but not.
My daughter had one done on her shoulder. She'd gotten injured at work, and she'd gone through physical therapy, almost 2 years of therapy, and they finally said, "We can do a cortisone shot," and she won't ever do one again because it was right on the point of the shoulder. She had fallen at work and literally had like tackled a door frame, and so her head went past the door frame, but her elbow just nailed, or shoulder just nailed it. And she said that was extremely painful, and like me, it only worked for a little while. And she still has trouble to this day. It's been almost 6 years since she injured her shoulder, and she still can feel when it's raining and all kinds of stuff. She still has issues with it, but yep.
Anessa says, I had one shot in my foot. I didn't die. Haha, I honestly can't remember if it helped not having a job where I was running around for 12 hours straight. Fixed my feet right up.
And that really is the key. It takes time to get it. It took me about a year and a half, like I said, to get over it to the point where it didn't bother me anymore. And I get twinges every now and then, but I can tell if I've really been stressing myself because my toes will start to do this backward bend, and I got to sit there and reach up, and bend them down now, and so.
Yeah.
But again, I'm not
I
like
um
it used to be.
I don't think I have my spur anymore.
No,
I think it must have broke up. But Valerie, whenever I was in Kansas, Valerie gave me some shoes, and they had really hard soles on them.
that's
And
a key. If you can get
they
the really hard soled shoes, and then you have an insert that you can put in. It's really weird. The insert it goes around your heel, but there's actually a hole in the insert, so it's like your heel goes down in it, but the outer part of the heel holds it up.
hmm,
I used to get the inserts for my shoes, and those would work. But my son who's autistic. He walks like this with his feet out, and so
yeah.
we put him in some special shoes, and they actually help him because the softer shoes, I guess, just makes him feel better. So he actually walks more straight now. And I was at that. It was a special issue. They're $170 for the shoes, but they're Brooks Beast shoes. And yeah, it's amazing what a really good pair of shoes can do for you.
Yeah. And it was pretty crazy because I could tell probably within the first 2 weeks, I could tell that everything was much better. There was less inflammation, and because I could feel the spur. I could feel myself walking on the spur, and it was ridiculous.
Yeah, I had one on the back of my heels is where I typically got them, and I had one on the insole of my curve where your foot is. Oh, that one was painful.
Oh, I bet.
Literally, if I took my sock off and put my foot up, you could actually see a red inflamed spot where the heels were on the outside of the skin where that thing was poked at. And you're like,
I had a red spot too.
And you're like, oh my, I can't believe, and it's just a little bit of calcification on the edge of the bone, and it's amazing how much that causes pain.
Mine really wasn't that far from the surface. It was very close to the surface.
It feels like it's trying to cut its way out.
Oh yeah, it was very long, and then it just had a hook. It's like, oh my god. Yeah. No wonder my foot hurt so bad, because my doctor showed me the X-ray and stuff, and I just cannot believe that.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But Valerie's actually been feeling like she's been getting something like that too here lately.
Well, yeah, I've been having a lot of trouble. I noticed that if I don't wear like the other day I wore some boots, and I suffered the whole day from wearing those boots. I mean, they weren't good for my feet at all. My toes were cramping, and both of my feet just hurt. Like, I don't know, it was just horrible. So I know I have to wear my tennis shoes, and that seems to help.
Yeah, I mean, good shoes is super key. I mean, that's one of the things that the foot doctors would tell me. Says, because I'm a cheap ass, buy shoes, and they've got a lifetime purchase with me, and I get rid of a shoe, and it's like, yeah, not even the homeless guys are gonna take those. So that's kind of my thing with shoes, and really with your weight and the amount of walking you're doing, you should be buying shoes every 3 months. And I'm like, wow, okay. So he says, I don't care if you buy cheaper shoes, but replace them every 3 months, and that'll solve a lot of your problems.
Yep.
But so nowadays, I don't wear a pair of tennis shoes, but 3 or 4 months, and I'm just going to go and replace them. So I buy cheaper shoes because I can't be doing that a lot. But
yeah.
Apparently, Cubert has joined us.
What's up, Cubert?
What's up, guys? For the past 2 minutes, I've been trying to figure out what orifice you guys are talking about. It's hard jamming into like the middle of a conversation where it's long and it creeps and it's got a hook and it's at the surface. I'm like trying to figure this out.
We just know where Jason's brain.
You don't want to disturb because you're in the middle of the conversation.
So instead, we get a surprise Cubert look.
Yeah, I'm a little stuffed up today.
You look a little swollen.
Oh man, what's going on, everyone?
Not a lot.
I'm actually up early, working from home today.
Awesome.
Which translates to day off.
Which isn't a bad thing.
No.
Because Jason is a dirty dog. What'd you do?
Yeah, what did I do? What dirty dog? What are you talking about? I don't see anything in the side chat. Oh, is this the Yahoo chat?
On the YouTube. Yep.
Who said he was a dirty dog?
Anissa.
I don't think she was listening to our conversation last night, so I think we're okay.
I don't even remember what we talked about. I have trouble remembering one day from the next.
Yes, they all tend to run together sometimes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, she says just his entrance. I was just teasing.
Oh, okay.
She's just hitting on you a little bit. That's okay.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Everyone does.
You a player with that much game. What are you going to do, right?
Right.
Oh, my God.
Woo.
You know what the best is when you're on this video chat and you see all these little boxes of each other at the bottom there. It reminds me so much of Hollywood Squares. I'm waiting for like Soupy Sales to like jump up or something.
I would prefer Charles Nelson Riley.
There are always those like few characters that were like lifers on that show. I can't think of all the names right now, but he was one.
Oh, Charles Nelson Riley, Soupy Sales, Phyllis Diller was hilarious.
Oh yeah,
She was.
Yeah.
She was the queen. I mean, that's you know.
Eric, do you know that I met Charles Nelson Riley?
Really?
Yeah, I did. I met him at UCLA Medical Center, and I was his respiratory therapist.
Wow. I mean, yeah. I mean, he was a character. I mean, that's what was so great about that old Hollywood Square show. They were just, it was filled with. You usually had like one straight person on there who was just like, "Oh, I took the gig because my acting thing hasn't come out as well as I thought," and all of a sudden they're like, "What a bunch of nuts!" I mean,
it's so true.
Yeah, and sadly they tried to recreate it like in the early or late '90s, early 2000s, probably, and it didn't work because these people that were on there weren't necessarily mainstream comedians, and that's what they tried to fill it with was mainstream comedians, and these were like they weren't even D-list actors. I mean, they show up on a Love Boat episode every now and then. That was about the best they ever got anymore. So
don't even get me started on the Love Boat. I have it on DVD. I mean, love the Love Boat. Okay.
On the what?
The Love Boat.
Oh.
Oh my goodness.
Love Boat.
I'm a product of the '80s, so Love Boat, Fantasy Island. You know, that's all.
Oh yeah.
That was like Saturday night. Like that
Different
was
strokes.
Saturday night.
Different strokes and silver spoons.
It was actually, wasn't it like Love Boat Fantasy Island was the lineup? I mean,
yeah. By me, yeah. Good times.
What was the bartender's name?
Isaac,
yeah, I'm just drawing a blank. I mean, he was always so cool.
Oh, I like.
And then Fred, the guy who played the purser.
Oh yeah, Gopher Smith, but I don't know the actor's real name.
I can't remember what his real name is, but he actually became a senator or a House of Representatives. Like, I mean,
oh yeah,
or something like that. So
yeah, he was very political. Yeah,
great show. And boy, if you were somebody back in the late '70s, early '80s, you did an episode of Love Boat. I mean,
even more than one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Remember what was her name? The what was her name? Cha Cha? Is that her name? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
God.
You do that.
Yeah.
What was her name?
What's her?
Oh, jeez.
It was Cha Cha.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't Cha Cha.
That ran for like 8 or
Are you
9
sure?
seasons.
Yeah, I know it's not. I mean, I'll figure it out.
I also like shows with like
Charo.
a lot of
Charo. Yeah.
Charo. Okay, I knew it wasn't quite right.
Her real name is, good Lord, Maria Rosario Mercedes Pilar Martinez Molina Baeza.
Wow.
Oh my God.
She was a Spanish-American actress, comedian, and flamenco guitarist.
Is she alive?
Let's see. She's only 65 years old.
Jesus, like I'm gonna bury that girl.
No, he was hot.
I thought she was older than that. I mean, she was born in 51, so.
She was on Carol Burnett a lot too.
She's still putting out music. She just the last album she released was 05, but she just did a single in 2013. But she hasn't acted. Oh, wait a minute. She's actually still acting. She was on Celebrity Wife Swap. She was on Hell's Kitchen, Jane the Virgin, RuPaul's Drag Race. She's a guest performance on there. Yeah, I mean she's doing the D-list stuff. I mean,
All right.
Yep, Fantasy
So
Island.
she's still active. That's good.
Yeah, I mean that's really cool. I mean,
She always had a lot of energy. I remember that.
she did 4 episodes of the Ed Sullivan Show. Yeah, that's what she was known for, was her just mouth going 100 miles an hour. And
Yeah, that's what I remember.
remember Coochie Coochie line?
Oh yeah, Coochie Coochie. That was great.
So.
Some people always make an impression, you know. That you put love and boom, it's like a person I gravitate to.
I haven't thought of Charo in 20 years, but yeah, I mean but you can still see her in your head and know exactly what she sounds like. And I think she's done some commercial work, because I remember seeing her in commercials too. So
yeah, it doesn't seem like it's been that long ago that I've seen her, like that I've seen her on something recently. So
I love like shows and movies where they do lots of cameos. Like I love, like, did you ever see the Towering Inferno?
Oh, the Tower Inferno was awesome. I saw that in the theaters.
I have it on DVD, Amazon, whatever. I play it all the time.
So many people in that movie that were just massive stars back in the day, and you're getting some guys, so, especially some of the older actors, where they were really at the cusp of their career, where they were no longer that super draw, but you got that statesman-like attitude out of guys like
Ernest Borgnine,
Side
Adventure,
Paul Newman, Steve McQueen. I mean, you got just such great actors. And then the guy that was in everything back then, Airport, and I can't remember if he was in Tower Inferno or not, but Earthquake.
O.J. Simpson?
Not O.J. I mean, O.J. was there, but white-haired. He actually even did episodes of Naked Gun. He was in that too.
Oh, Leslie Nielsen?
Not Leslie Nielsen. He was a star. It was one of the. Again, he's a character actor. I'll get his name here in a second, and you'll know who it's. I'm thinking George.
Steve McQueen.
No, it's.
I mean, it's not just the good actors, but also the storylines for those movies are so good.
Oh yeah,
I've never seen it.
Really?
I've never seen it either.
Wow, you guys got to see it.
It's
from like 79, I think.
No,
yeah, it was made in 74.
Oh, 74.
Much earlier than that. Yeah.
Sorry, my bad. Don't shoot the messenger.
Yeah, well, you get Towering. That's when you had to start of disaster films. Towering Inferno, Airport.
The Swarm.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Whatever they all went through, but. Yeah, there's a ton of actors in that one.
Darlan said Richard Chamberlain.
No, I'm gonna get it right now. Chamberlain was cool, but
he was in that Bruce Lee movie, that last movie he did, The Tower or something it was called. I forget. Into the Tower. Or...
Bruce Lee's last movie was Game of Death.
Game of Death, that's it. I think Chamberlain was in that one, if I remember right. He was one of the
Wilt Chamberlain, not Richard Chamberlain.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, they're a little different.
Different guys. Yeah, he was actually a student of Bruce Lee's.
Right, yeah.
Bruce Lee taught a lot of people in Hollywood, because that's George Kennedy is who I'm thinking of. And he was in all kinds of stuff. Trying to think of Airport 77, Airport 75, Thunderbolt and Lightfoot, the original Airport movie. There was an Earthquake, Sons of Katie Elder. I mean, just Cool Hand Luke is probably his best known role. He was the guy that kept escaping with Paul Newman.
Oh.
Oh, okay.
I know me some Cool Hand Luke.
Oh my gosh, I love that movie.
Me too.
What we have here
is
failure.
It's so funny. I should grab like some of my DVD collection on like one of these shows. I mean, I have so much like oddball, like obscure movies that like no one would ever like think to like own. I mean, I even have. Do you remember Private Eyes?
Oh my God, Don
Knotts.
Tim Conway. That is an awesome movie.
I have it.
Private Eyes.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's hilarious. See, that was really the pinnacle of Don Knotts and Tim Conway.
Yeah.
It is such a hilarious movie, and it's just so silly. And
But if I didn't
it's
bring it up out of my collection, you would never think of it ever.
me. No, I think if I see it, I'll watch it. Because I watch obscure movies, and I have the Cody box, and it was really good for me because the nice thing about the Cody box, if you go into the Exodus app in Cody, and you sit there and you can actually search movies by year.
Mm.
And so every now and then I'll go back and I'll go back to like 1974 and just it'll click every movie that was available in 74 that they actually have that they can stream. And it's just like, oh wow, I remember that movie. So I'll kind of as I'm sitting there looking it up, I'll actually have Wikipedia up and I'll be like, don't remember that quite that one. So I'd look up what it's about and like, oh, I remember watching that and all that stuff. So like My Man Adam, I was talking about this the other day. My Man Adam is a hilarious movie. 1985, if you've never seen it, it's funny. But it's a very obscure movie.
Who's in it?
I don't even know. Nobody that I think anybody even remembers at this point. So
Wait, Eric, I got one for you. If you know this one, I'll be really impressed. Do you remember
It's just that good.
Hot Stuff?
that is a great movie that has Jerry Reed, Dom DeLuise. That is
Oh my God. I am impressed. What? Hold on.
I would watch that movie. I mean, that is one of the best movies I've ever seen. So.
Hats off, man. That was good, man.
My Man Adams has the starring female in it is Paige Hanna, and everybody's like, "Who the hell's Paige Hanna?" It's Daryl Hannah's sister starred in the movie.
Oh.
The one actor that there's two actors everybody's going to remember is Chris Elliott was in it, and a guy by the name of Larry B. Scott. Everybody knows who that is, don't you?
Larry B. Scott.
He was the young black kid in every 80s movie. He was in Iron Eagle. He was in Revenge of the Nerds. He played the gay kid in Revenge of the Nerds. But he was in every younger black guy that had to be in an 80s kids movie. That's him.
You know that movie I mentioned, no one remembers it because it was the only movie that Dom DeLuise didn't do the team up with what's his name?
Reynolds.
Yeah, so it kind of just went into oblivion. But it was a great movie.
That is an awesome movie. That's I can't remember the female lead in that one. But she was was that Susan George by any chance?
And if anyone's listening out there, it's a great movie to watch because it's about a pawn shop, so it's kind of on topic even.
Well, what it is, the basic behind the movie is they're a bunch of cops and they are not very good at being cops, but they decide to they open a pawn shop to try to get the people that are selling all the stolen goods, and it's all the stuff they have to do. Suzanne Pleshette was the female lead. So they got all the bad guys, and it's just a cavalcade of characters who they use as these the guys coming in to pawn the stolen stuff, and it's the mob gets involved, so they have to kind of protect their police identity and the mob. It's a great movie. Dom DeLuise is fantastic in it.
I remember I bought it a while ago. I had a hard time finding it, actually. I don't know about now.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't looked for it in a while, but it's one of those movies that if you see it, you buy it. I mean, it's just an awesome movie.
Yeah.
That was 1979.
Okay.
But yeah, Ossie Davis is in it, so yeah, really good players.
Do you remember The In-Laws?
I do, but I don't think I really cared for it. I got to remember. Let's see. That was.
There's two versions. There's a modern movie called The In-Laws, and it's not that movie at all. And it's not a remake of it. I have to look it up now.
Yeah, I can't remember that one.
It was very funny. Here it is. It's '79 also. It stars Peter Falk and Alan Arkin.
I'm not a big fan of Peter Falk or Alan Arkin, either one. I liked Falk when he was doing Columbo. I didn't really like him in any of his other stuff. Just never quite got into that. I mean, I love the Columbo series though.
Oh wait, here's another classic. This one always, for some reason, fades into oblivion. Neighbors.
That's a great one.
Neighbor.
That was one of my wife's favorite movies. That's God. Now, I mean, I can see the creepy little dude. I can't remember his name. But, oh wait, no, wait. I'm thinking the wrong one. You're talking about.
I was gonna say I don't remember.
Jim Belushi? Is that Jim Belushi and Aykroyd?
It's Belushi and Aykroyd, but their roles are reversed.
Yeah.
Belushi is the calm, collective guy, and Aykroyd is like the schizophrenic nut job.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Tom Hanks movie that had where is that one? What is that one also called?
That's the Suburbs, isn't it? Or the
No,
Burbs?
the Burbs. It's called the Burbs. That's the one I was thinking. Yeah.
With one of the Coreys, yeah.
Yeah.
That was good too.
Yeah, we could talk about obscure movies all day long. I mean,
I know. I used to collect so much. I even had like some on Laserdisc because they couldn't get them on DVD.
I just got rid of an entire Laserdisc collection. I sold enough to pay for what I got into it, but oh my God, those are something to avoid. They're just too heavy. This thing's because I didn't have the laser. I had the CED disc.
Oh, those are even worse. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and I had the player, which was good. I mean, because I got like $200 for the player and the disc together. But I literally had a collection of probably 300 discs, and it was just like taking up so much space.
Here's the key with those. It's like the horror movies that are obscure will be bringing big money, but like just about everything else is, unless it's like an import or something.
Well, your Star Wars, your Raiders of the Lost Ark, those are always interesting because they had nice cover art.
Some of the boxed sets will do well.
Yeah. But again, yeah, horror movies, especially if it never made it onto DVD, is king with those things.
Or either that, or if it made it onto DVD, but it was a VHS port, like they never cleaned up the quality, then it'll be worth it.
Yep. Because Laserdisc, they were fantastic quality when they came out. They were just so expensive.
Oh, yeah.
Who had players? I mean, like I said, I hooked that CED thing up to my the player up to the TV, and I was watching. I can't remember the movie I was watching, but it was like it wasn't the best connection because the player really needed to be clean. But it was a really good player because you could actually take it out and replace the stylus because the CED is like it's like a record player. Yeah, and it's a capacitive electric discharge. Is actually reading it like you do in a record player. It's a platter, not really a disc like a laser in it. So it's actually a little bit better because you could replace the pieces on it if it broke.
Yeah, it just never caught on really.
No, it was the precursor to the laser disc.
It's kind of like the Betamax of VHS of the tape era.
Yep, and betas are good if you can find those obscure movies that you just don't see very much, or it just didn't happen because some people still love beta.
Yeah.
But
subject matter.
See, one of my favorite obscure movies that nobody really pays attention to is Big Trouble.
Oh, in Little China?
No. That's a great movie, but just called Big Trouble. It's actually not that old. Tim Allen.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
2002?
Yep. If you want to spend an hour or hour and a half laughing your ass off, watch that movie. It's got Zooey Deschanel, I believe it is.
I love her. Oh, she's so cool.
And Renee Russo, but the guy who takes that whole movie is.
By the way, cool is code for hot. Go on.
We kind of figured that.
Okay, just wanted to clear that up.
I talk about the coolest guy in the world. I'm talking about a guy, and you're like, oh no, coolest for guy. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about. Dennis Farina is in that movie, and he just steals that whole movie.
I just remembered. I think I have Cool as Ice on DVD.
Cool as Ice.
You remember that one?
Trying to remember that one.
I'm almost embarrassed to say I own it. That's the Vanilla Ice movie where he's riding around the motorcycle.
I'm actually glad that I don't remember that one. No, I don't. The sad thing is, my son.
You should be ashamed.
Wait. Drop the zero and get with the hero. That was the tag. Alyssa must be in the audience like, that's it, I'm getting out of here.
Yes, we'll title this episode Loser Movie Watching 101.
Wait, hold on. You know what? I'll grab a couple of quick movies for your pleasure. Be right back.
All right. Come on, you guys had some bad movies in your history you watched that you loved to death and nobody ever wants to see.
I'm not really a movie buff. I don't watch a whole lot.
That's what you gotta. I didn't used to be until I had a job where about once every 6 weeks I had to spend the night. I work in Los Angeles. I had to spend the night in the store, and I was watching our cruise overnight. Well, you know what I'm talking about? It's bad enough to sit there and watch on camera people shopping, but just to sit there and watch people stocking shelves is brutal. And I mean, you're not, especially when you're doing it once every now and then. So you're like, oh my God, I'm going to fall asleep at this. And so I would those would be my catch up on movies I'd always wanted to watch, but never had a chance. So I'd run down to Blockbuster, and I'd rent a bunch of, okay, tonight's going to be classic 50 movies, or, so I'd sit down and I'd watch, James Dean movies, Giant, and, Rebel Without a Cause, stuff like that. Then I'd be, oh no, this is going to be 40s musicals night. And I'd have headphones on. I was in a private office, so, they couldn't hear anything. And then I'd watch 40s musicals, ones you always want, Sing in the Rain, CoverGirl, Brigadoon, stuff like that. And so I get caught up on things like that. And every now and then you throw in okay, what's the bad 70s? Oh, I want to watch some blaxploitation movies. Give me Shaft, give me those type of movies. And then you just kind of sit there and you really learn and develop a taste for different types of movies. And just, you kind of learn to enjoy them. Yeah, I mean, Rocky Horror is a great movie. If you don't get a chance to experience in the theaters, though, it's not quite as good as seeing it in on your TV. I mean,
I've always wanted to.
You have to kind of ask around and find out anybody who's really doing the theater experience correctly.
Yeah,
because it's a whole different story. Now, if you don't know what you're talking about, get the movie Fame. It have to be the movie Fame, not the 2012 one or whatever it is. I'm talking about like 1980.
Yes, I know that movie.
Car and all that. They actually show the Rocky Horror kind of experience in the movie, and that's really the way it was. And I can remember people getting up on the movie deck and playing out the movie. And first time I ever went to the movie, I sat down and someone was like, "Yo, you don't want to sit there." And I'm like, "All right." So we moved, and this because they had squirt guns for the rain, and they were raining it really hard right there. I mean. It's an interesting experience.
Well, there's different places too that they can get a little more perverted than others, where they either have sex or.
The movie is very perverted if you think about what you're watching. No, there's other scenes, but there's scenes that nobody talks about that are really, you don't see anything, but the implication is like, oh, Rocky just nailed it. You're like, so,
Morning, Greg.
Morning, what's up?
Hey, Greg. So yeah, there's some really, that's a great. Tim Curry is just an awesome actor and singer. And most people I have like 3 or 4 Tim Curry albums.
Yeah.
Used to watch him all the time. I mean, used to listen to his stuff all the time. I mean, he's, Paradise Garage. I mean, just fantastic singer. But again, most people know that. But he's also in one of my favorite obscure movies, and it's Pass the Ammo. And he plays a preacher in the movie, and it's got Linda Kozlowski and Bill Paxton, and that movie will have you rolling in no time. It's just amazing how funny that
What is
movie
it
is.
called?
And then, but nobody really knows it.
What is it called?
It's called Pass the Ammo.
Pass the ammo.
Yeah, you got to watch that. I'll see if Jason knows that one.
Yeah. Wow.
What's up, Larry?
Yeah, I'm still here. How's everybody today?
All right.
Everybody sounds really enthused.
We're doing great.
Don't see nobody doing jumping jacks.
Have you looked at all this?
Yeah, you start. We'll
Sure.
follow along later.
Yeah.
Okay. Gonna be a delay, huh?
All right, Jason. Do you have Pass the Ammo?
By the way, this is now moviereview.com. Mystery Science Theater.
So you didn't answer. Do you have Pass the Ammo?
No,
You know what that one is, right?
no, but I'll pass the DVD.
Oh,
It is a Tim Curry, Linda Kozlowski, Bill Paxton movie.
Oh,
You got to see
watch
that one. Yeah, you would love that one.
I love Bill Paxton.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Game over, man. Game over.
That's right.
My favorite line he does.
Would you put her in charge?
Yeah.
Don't quote a movie if you. I got your back on that one too.
Awesome. All right. So first, let me begin by just to prove. Yes, I
love
those.
those. Julie.
Just in case no one believed me.
That's
And
crazy.
because you're young enough, you had a crush on Julie's niece, who was like the junior.
I had a crush on Julie. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're younger than me, so I was assuming you were at the. Yeah, everybody loved Julie's.
All right. Some of these are a bit of obscure horror movies too. It's like a mix. So
That's all right.
here's a horror one. Does anyone remember The Stuff?
The Stuff, awesome.
Wasn't this kick-ass?
That was a great. That's still kind of a little bit of a creepy movie for some people, and yeah, it's an obscure movie, but it's actually a cult classic.
Oh yeah, and it's a great ride. It really.
Oh yeah.
Girls, did you see that one?
No.
Oh, it's
Never heard of it.
basically about a corporation that's selling this ice cream. That what it is the ice cream looks like marshmallow fluff, and it's alive.
Yep.
And the more you consume it, the more you start turning into like this marshmallow man. It's
Oh my
really
gosh.
great.
Isn't that a Canadian movie?
I don't know.
I was thinking the movie was set in Canada and it's a Canadian movie.
Are you guys talking about the slime?
The Stuff.
The Stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it was called.
I don't see anything here that indicates Canada. All right, so next, this one's not obscure, but it's just if you haven't seen it, it's a great horror ride.
Oh,
which one
yes.
is that the Emilio Estevez one?
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is badass, man.
Maximum
That was
Overdrive is
freaky,
awesome.
actually. So
I'm glad everyone's having fun. All right, next one we'll go into the girly subject. This is one of my favorite like 80s like teen movies, but it's fairly obscure. You might not know it, but it's great.
Hiding Out, John Cryer.
Yeah, you never seen it, right?
Oh,
That is an
Movie
awesome.
kicks ass.
Yes, it does.
Forget about Pretty in Pink and all that. Watch this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I've
Hiding Out.
never seen it.
Who is his nephew that's hiding him? That kid was pretty
Oh,
popular.
he is so funny. Yeah. What the heck's his name? Of course, it doesn't say it here, but
I'll look it up.
yeah, he was great. Yeah. All right. Next, we got.
That kid was also in Toy Soldiers, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Keith Coogan, that's who it is. And he was also in Adventures of Babysitting. He was the kid that had the crush on the babysitter in Adventures of Babysitting. So.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's one for the guy, fantasy movie lover.
Legend.
No,
Beastmaster.
Master.
You can't watch Beastmaster 2. You stick with Beastmaster 1.
Oh God, yeah. Oh,
And unfortunately, spoiler alert, the ferrets die.
I never noticed this. If you could see it there, the director is Don. What's his name? Castorelli. He's the guy that did the Phantasm series.
Ah,
Which was
okay.
a big cult
Let me see
classic.
that closer, Jason.
That is Mark Singer. Roy Singer's brother is in that movie. And
this is like a fantasy Conan type of thing, but I don't know if you like that kind of stuff. But for that type of movie, this was great.
this is good. I always love the big, vulture-looking dudes that come up and slap them and acid them to death and save their asses and everything. It's a great movie.
What about Masters of the Universe?
He-Man Masters of the Universe is awesome. Who's the female star in that movie? Courtney Cox from Friends.
Oh, right.
All right. This next one's not so obscure either, but it cracks me the hell up. Does anyone remember 1941?
1941. That is the director on that is Spielberg.
Oh yeah, I believe you're right. Yeah.
Nope, never seen it.
John Belushi is amazing in that movie. That's the last movie he did before he died, and you can tell he is whacked out of his mind on coke the whole movie.
I know. Oh my God.
It's amazing, the zaniness, but I mean it's kind of sad because you saw the result afterwards. But yeah, it's a very obscure movie, and Spielberg doesn't even really talk about that movie that much. It's not that good, but it's funny.
And Eugene was in it from Greece.
Yep.
Really?
He's always good. All right, we're gonna go to a classic black and white that Eric's gonna love.
You got them.
No.
The Thing.
Yes.
Like James Arness. Awesome movie.
Yeah,
Never seen it.
Otherwise titled The Thing from Outer Space.
Right.
In my opinion, much better than the John Carpenter version, although John Carpenter went a completely different direction. So that's still a good movie. Yeah, that's the one you want to watch.
Totally different. To be honest with you, though, I am a really big fan of the 1982 Carpenter Thing also. But they're so different.
Yeah, it's so different. They really shouldn't have been called The Thing. It should have been a different title or something like that. But yeah, that's the best. I'll watch that anytime it's on because it's just such a good movie. Watch the Skies, America.
Yeah, Watch the Skies. That was great.
Yep.
This one's really obscure. I think this is like a bootleg actually because I couldn't even find it.
Oh my God, I haven't seen that in years. Deadly Manor.
Yeah, this actually was a pretty cool, creepy, like teen slasher kind of flick back in the day that like no one ever heard of, like ever. But I have it.
Yeah, I mean it's not something that makes the rounds, but it was because that was
it was good.
Would that have been after Friday the 13th?
Probably. Yeah. This is I can't go by this date because this is a bootleg. This says 89.
That would be probably pretty close.
I mean, it stars absolutely no one of interest, but the actual plot to the movie holds up so well that the movie is really pretty good. All right, next here's an English horror movie. Ghost Rig. You probably have never seen this.
I have not seen that one.
Believe it or not, it's really good. It has a great story, and the ending has a really cool twist. Definitely worth a check out. I feel like Siskel and Ebert.
You remember the movie Leviathan?
I have that, yeah.
There was another one though that came out prior to that actually starred Greg Evigan, the guy from BJ and the Bear. He did an underwater type movie as well, and I'm trying to remember the name of it.
The Abyss?
No. The Abyss was that was
Deep Star 6.
That's it. Deep Star 6. Yeah.
Good.
Saw that one in the theaters.
I have that. That's awesome too.
Yep.
And as I was talking about earlier, you gotta throw in the original Phantasm in the collection.
Oh yeah.
Those
That was
are
great.
classics.
This was, I think it was almost rated X because in the one scene, the ball hits the priest. And, I don't know if he was a priest. He might have been. But either way, the ball hits him in the head and kills him. He falls on the ground, and the ball is squirting blood out. And then in the background shot, you can see that like he voided his bladder.
Nice.
And that they were like, you know.
I haven't seen that movie in years. I tell you, the ones I liked were Waxworks and Waxworks 2.
Got it, baby. Love
Those
them.
were awesome.
I almost brought that out, actually.
See? Yeah. I prefer
You guys need to
Waxworks
get
2.
married.
Pardon me?
No, Sally, I'm reserved
You
for
have
you.
so much in common.
All right, anyway,
Shows everybody how awesome we both really are. That's all we're saying.
there you go. There you go.
Okay. I'll give you that.
So here's a good one. Anyone remember Hell Night?
Hell Night? No, I don't remember that one.
This stars Linda Blair from The Exorcist,
Nice.
and it's a
Wow.
great, fun run. It's like a slasher type flick.
See, my favorite Linda Blair movie, aside from The Exorcist, has got to be Roller Boogie.
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's an awesome movie.
What is it?
Roller Boogie.
yeah.
Got to watch it. That's like 1978. That's roller skating in California, and it's like Xanadu with gangs. I mean, that's basically kind of where you put anything. So,
Wow.
and Xanadu is an awesome movie starring the guy who was in The Warriors. And if you haven't seen The Warriors, you're a loser. But
I love the Warriors. The
Warriors is awesome.
Yes.
And it's really funny is the guy who started The Warriors, I'm blanking on his name right now, was, I mean, almost Oscar worthy on a really bad kind of B movie. And he did an interview. He said, every goodwill, every contact I made from making the Warriors movies, I lost as soon as Xanadu came out. I could no longer get work after Xanadu.
That's
And I love Xanadu, so.
Yeah, I won't go that far on live show.
Well, Xanadu, though, most people don't realize that Xanadu is a sequel to a 1944 movie called Cover Girl. Look that one up.
All right.
Same character, Danny McGuire, is in both movies, and it's actually kind of a weird little sequel with Gene Kelly.
All right. Here we got. This is an oddball one. The Lady in White.
Lady in White.
It's a ghost story.
Oh, it's Lucas Haas.
This freaked me out as a child. I saw this when I was really young, and the kid hides out like in a coat closet in the school. And I had those coat closets when I was in, because I was in what do you call it? Catholic school. So it always like kind of creeped me out. It's basically a ghost story. It's pretty neat. It's like 3 hours long if I remember right.
First time I ever kissed a girl was in a coat closet in elementary school.
Well, thank you for that bit of tidbit. All right. Moving right along.
11-year-old. I mean, we were both 11, but
I was young. I needed the money.
Wow.
thanks for that memory. I haven't thought about that in years. So.
First time I kissed a boy was in a coat closet in elementary school, too.
Wow. Anyone else want to confess?
Maybe it was Jason.
I was on the playground.
All right. Little action.
That
on
was the second
playground.
time I kissed a boy.
All right. Next, we got May.
I don't know that one.
All right. This movie is friggin' effed up. Oh, you see
Yes,
Sally?
it is. Yes, I have.
Holy
That's-
crap.
That's me and Valerie's little sister's favorite, one of her favorite movies.
Wow.
Most people haven't heard of it, but it is
Yeah.
effed up.
Yes,
That's all I
it
can
is.
say about it.
Yep.
It's not one of those weird Japanese import ones that are just so bizarre.
Well, she's like mentally ill, and to be honest with you, I haven't seen it in so friggin' long that I barely remember. But the most strongest scene is she's like talking to her doll or something, and then she takes the scissor and slams it into her eye.
Mm-hmm.
And it was freaky, man.
There's something about eyes. Can't remember the name of that Japanese movie where the little Japanese girl's torturing the one dude, and she ends up using needles in the dude's eye, and they're showing this stuff, and she's always got that little phrase where she's walking around, and it's obviously still in Japanese, and sometimes but you're hearing that little phrase she keeps saying, and I can't remember what the hell it is. It is considered one of the scariest Japanese movies out there because it is freaky.
I try to stay away from those Japanese ones. Like they're brutal.
So, somebody in the chat will probably know the movie I'm talking about because it's always in the top 10 most effed up movies out of Japan. It's like number 1 or something. It's the something. I can't remember what it is.
All right, next movie, and this is a strong recommendation to watch.
Okay.
Trick or Treat. Ozzy Osbourne. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Tell me at least you have Kiss in the Phantom of the Park.
Ozzy Osbourne and Gene Simmons.
Yes, this is a must.
What the hell?
Ozzy Osbourne is a priest, and Gene Simmons is like this demonic possession, whatever.
Most people don't realize.
Oh my God!
Has got a ton of.
It's like a horror movie, but it's one of those movies that's so iconic 80s, like the outfits, like everything. The guy's like what do you call it? Like a burnout and just it's so authentic 80s that it's just awesome to watch.
You've seen Kiss in the Phantom of the Park, haven't you?
No.
Yeah. Oh my God, you've got to watch that. That's like 85 as well, but that's a Kiss movie, and it is so bad. It is amazingly bad.
Wait, see, I didn't like rock, but what about? Do you remember Disorderlies?
Oh my God, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
You just reminded me of that when I was thinking of band movies.
Disorderlies.
Yeah, everybody thinks Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny was bad, but those were really bad. Some of those, it's kind of, you go all the way back to the Sgt. Pepper's movie, which I personally love, enjoy, and have the soundtrack, but most people think it's like one of the worst movies ever made.
Wait, Eric, remember, we're live.
I don't care.
Okay.
I don't hide the fact that I love bad movies. I listen to music that most people think is awful. I don't care. I tell you, a very obscure movie that most people haven't seen and would love today is Young Sherlock Holmes.
Oh yeah, sure.
If you haven't seen that version,
I don't know if I've ever seen it.
It will rip your heart out and throw it on the ground and stomp on it. But Young Sherlock Holmes is amazing. It's when him and Watson first meet, and they're in like a boarding school for boys. It's an amazing movie, and it's one of the very first movies that has what they call the stinger, the scene after the credits. It's the first movie I can recall that did that. Although I do know that Ferris Bueller had it, but I'm not real sure which one came first. But it's really close to those. So great movie.
Oh, so what was the soundtrack that you listened to?
The Sgt. Pepper's movie soundtrack.
Oh, that's right.
The Bee Gees and all that.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, I love soundtrack. My daughters have picked that up for me. They love soundtrack albums.
Okay, Jason, I don't have the movie on me, but I remember seeing this one movie when I was probably 15, and it was really gory. Okay. And it was called Slaughter High.
Oh yeah, I remember Slaughter High.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen that since like.
I know. 80s, it's probably been 25 years for me.
Now, one of my all-time favorite movies. I'll give you the tagline of this favorite movie. You'll see what Jason knows this. It's a rock and roll fable.
Rock and roll fable. No, I don't know.
Streets of Fire.
I've never seen it.
Oh my! Willem Dafoe and Diane Lane and the guy's in every B movie. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head, but those are your two big stars in that movie. That is an awesome, amazing movie with a big scene at the end where they're literally fighting with pickaxes and sledgehammers. It's about a motorcycle club and rock and roll. It's just awesome. Rick Moranis is in it. I mean, it's a great movie. That's a soundtrack that I have and still listen to this day.
That's cool.
Jim Steinman wrote a lot of the music in that. So
the next three are kind of more on Eric's level because they're black and white, or Larry.
the thing with I just watched that the other day. That is awesome.
This was great.
So classic in that movie. It was on the Comet Channel last month. I watched it. I loved it. I watched that when I was a kid, and that movie freaked me out back then.
See, I know Eric now. I know.
Man. I didn't know anybody that's ever had it on DVD. I'll have to give you that. But yeah, I just watched it the other day.
Here we go.
Find me another body.
We talked about this one the other day.
Oh yeah, Kingdom of the Spiders. Yeah, William
Shatner.
That is a great movie, and the in shot is amazing.
Yeah, that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of it, but I remember the movie. So.
And then this one I threw out just for you because I know this is also my favorite.
The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms and them. Yeah, that's one of my favorite. It's not colorized, is it?
No.
Okay. Yeah, because you can't colorize some movies. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
If you've never seen them, it is the quintessential 1950s atomic scare movie. And it is an amazing movie. The acting is great. It's just so good. Yep.
Every once in a while on a dark and stormy night, I will put that on and just relax.
Yeah, that's one of my brother's favorite movies too. I mean, that's we anytime that movie was on, it's like click, we're watching it. It was always on like
I know.
late night theater or sci-fi theater, whatever it was.
It's true. If you're flipping channels and you pop into that one, it's like that's it. We stopped right there.
I could put the remote down for the next hour or so.
All right. So, well, actually, I have one more just sitting here. I think we discussed this one the other day, but the Night of the Lepus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
This is so awesome. It's about rabbits taking over this town. Same premise as Kingdom of the Spiders, except they couldn't make the rabbits look scary, so it was like a big fail. I mean, think about it. How do you make a rabbit look like?
Oh, come on! You know how you can make a rabbit. It's just a little rabbit.
I mean,
he knows where I went with that.
It's just a bloody rabbit.
Run away! Run away!
Oh, that was great.
See, you can make a rabbit look scary.
Mm.
Come on, everybody else knows that movie. Did you all mute when I bring up one of the best movies of all time?
I know they did. Everyone just like took off.
Yeah.
Oh, Larry, you're still here?
Yeah.
I can only see half your head.
That's okay.
Oh, okay.
You happy now?
There you go.
John Cleese, what an actor.
Mm.
I just actually watched Brazil the other day, too, which is a Terry Gilliam movie. Same group of players there.
Some black and whites I just friggin' love, like the Maltese Falcon.
Oh, Maltese Falcon is a great movie, but I mean, yes, I admit it. I'm a Casablanca fan. I mean, that is like, it's like one of the best movies of all time. But yeah, Maltese Falcon is a little darker, a little more obscure. Most people haven't watched that one, but that's really good. Yeah, that's old Humphrey Bogart. Such a great movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love black and white movies. I mean, like I said, Gilda. You ever seen that one? That's a Rita Hayworth movie, but that's also the actor was big John or Ford, Glenn Ford. Glenn Ford's in that movie, and just a classic movie. And I tell you, you've seen a scene of that movie because everybody in the world has seen the scenes from that movie. Remember the movie Shawshank Redemption?
Of course, yeah.
Remember where the girl flips her hair in the movie theater? It's like, hey, hang on, she's about to do that shit with her hair.
I don't remember. Wait, Shawshank Redemption is they're in the prison, right?
They're in the prison and they're in the movie theater, and that's when he asks him for something, and he says, "What do you need?" He's like, I need her. I need Rita Hayworth.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry.
So the scene where she flips her head up and kind of looks at everybody in the theater, goes, "Woo!"
Yeah.
They're watching the movie Gilda, and I'm a Rita Hayworth fan, but that movie is so good. So if you ever get a chance to watch it, watch it. I mean, it's not much of a musical. She has a couple of musical scenes, yeah, but it's not more. It's more of a dark intrigue, Nazi-ish type movie. So, because you have the shot, because the original movie was Shawshank Redemption is based on the original Stephen King book, which was something how to get Rita Hayworth in prison or something like that. I can't remember what it was, but I'm drawing a blank on that one now.
Shawshank is one of the best. Love that movie.
Yeah, everybody in the world has seen Shawshank Redemption because it was on so much.
Oh,
I've seen the Family Guy version of Shawshank Redemption. That was friggin' hysterical.
I haven't seen that. I'm not a big.
Oh, it's such a funny parody.
Yes, the Stephen King novella Rita Hayworth and the Shawshank Redemption. That's the name of the book that the movie was taken off of.
I don't think it matters to the boys.
But yeah, it's just it's such a really good movie. I mean, I said I love Rita Hayworth, so I'll watch it. She's in CoverGirl. I watch her in that a lot. Smoking Hot, 40s pinup girls.
I like, especially when black and whites go into like, what's that friggin'? There's a certain term, I can't think of it off the top of my head right now.
Film noir.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yeah, that's where you get like 39 Steps and some of the early stuff, and that's why you can't colorize those movies, is because it doesn't work, because the whole thing was light and shadow.
Mm-hmm.
So you start throwing color on them, and you're like, well, what the hell am I watching? This isn't right. And it doesn't. The movie takes away some of the dark undertones when everything's in pastels and bright colors, and you're like, oh, you ruined the whole movie. I used to keep a black and white TV because colorization was huge in the late 80s, early 90s. And I would actually, instead of watching a movie that had been colorized, I'd watch it black and white on the black and white TV just so I could get some of that feel back.
Let me tell you, one of the scariest movies I watched as a child was that 1982, The Thing.
Yep.
And I was young. I was maybe 12, something like that. And it was on regular TV. And I remember I was home with the chicken pox. Felt like crap. And it was real late at night, and this thing came on, and the TV in my room was only black and white. And man, to this day, that it's almost my favorite horror movie, just because it was so in black and white. That movie was so friggin' scary. I almost enjoy it more in black and white than I do in color.
You remember the movie Dead and Buried?
No.
I read the book. The book freaked me out, and the movie wasn't much better. But it's a cult video. It actually was done. Stan Winston did the special effects. Directed by Gary Sherman. I mean, just some really good. I can't remember who the stars were, but that was a messed up, scary ass movie.
I'll tell you what scared the crap out of me. Believe it or not, the Blair Witch Project. I saw it in the theater. When all the hype, there was like all the hype that it was real.
Oh yeah, I saw the theater too. Now here's my story with that. It just come out, and one of my really good friends, still good friends today, him and his wife wanted to go see the movie, and I was divorced, so that would have been 98, 99. I was working for Kmart, so somewhere between 99 and 2000, whenever it first came out. And so we go to the movie, and of course they have to go to the midnight showing. And so we get out of there at like 2:30 in the morning. And I'm one of these people that I like to think about a movie for a little bit. And that ending is so quick that if you didn't quite make the connection, it takes a little bit to connect to.
It was.
Oh, that's right. The kid was standing in the corner. Oh man, that's messed up.
Yeah.
I'm driving home. I get home. It's like 2:45 or something. I've got to be back at work at I think it was working at noon the next day. I get a call at 4:30 in the morning from the police saying that someone tried to break into my store, and I have to go meet them. So I walk out, and where I lived at was this apartment complex that was near an airport, but there was nothing else around it but freaking cornfields. So I walk out. It's kind of a summery night. The wind is blowing. These cornfields are moving back and forth. And I'm like, it's 4:30 in the morning. There's not a soul around. And I just watched a scary freaking movie. I was messed up that entire night. I'm just like, get into the car and you're just like, I can't believe I got to drive up here. And it's just nobody on the roads. Just crazy movie. Yeah.
The end of that movie was just so messed up, man.
It's so quick if you don't pay attention. You're like, oh, what the hell? But
How about the War in the Worlds? That was broadcasted over radio.
War of the Worlds is a great movie. That's a movie that got ruined by colorization.
Yeah, totally.
That a lot of people died during that thing too, because they thought it was being broadcast over the radio, and everybody thought it was real.
Yep, that was
because they never stated it was fake. I guess a lot of people missed the very beginning.
So I personally think it was real because Buckaroo Banzai thinks it was real.
Yeah,
yeah.
Buckaroo.
I remember that the very beginning of the broadcast, they I guess they said it was not real or whatever, but if you tuned it in the middle, everyone was like freaking out.
Yeah, that was awesome.
My grandmother remembers that thing. She heard it live.
Yep. Yeah, Dead and Buried is a what year is that? 1981 movie, and I read the book, at my grandmother's house in St. Louis. So if you're always freaked out when you're around your grandmother when you're young because it's old people's type stuff. And so I'm reading this book, and it's just one of those freaking scary books. I get done with the book, and I literally threw the book across the room. It freaked me out so much. And the movie comes out, and the movie's very close to the book. It's basically about a guy. It's about a sheriff, and runs this little tiny town, and his wife's there and everything, and people keep dying, but he's freaking out because he's like, I can't believe that. I thought something happened, and so everybody, all these town people, murder people and stuff. Well, it turns out the morgue guy, the coroner, has a way for reanimating dead people, and so it makes them look really well and everything. And what happens is the end of the book is the guy's about to arrest the coroner, and he looks, and a piece of his cheek falls off. And he's one of the dead people that got reanimated. And the coroner says, "Oh, here, let me help you fix that." And you're like, what the heck? And the movie is very similar, except his hands are starting to decompose when he's getting ready to nail him.
You just reminded me, remember Invasion of the Body Snatchers, the original?
That would be, are you talking about the Donald Sutherland version?
No, the original black and white.
I never watched the original black and white, which I really should.
Oh, you should. It's good.
See, I like the original Invaders from Mars. That movie kind of messed me up a little bit because you're always looking at your parents like,
yeah,
maybe that movie's real. I don't know. But yeah, I like the Donald Sutherland version. That was actually pretty good too.
Oh yeah, it was good. But the original is just, that black and it's another one where black and white kind of gets you sucked into it more.
Yeah. If you guys haven't watched a lot of black and white movies, there's a lot of good movies back in the day. That's what they were. I mean,
your movie classic, baby.
I guess this is movie day.
I know we're titling this episode movie top 20 insanely movies of yesteryear. I don't know.
I don't know.
In other words, Jason took over the show. Jason.
I'm sorry, Val. I totally apologize.
That's okay.
No, you don't.
It's a good show.
You gotta have. I mean,
It can't all be about reselling every single day.
no. I mean,
That kind of gets boring because there's only so many topics you can talk about.
True. I was going to say we all have lives, but then we're talking about movies.
We don't have lives because we sit in our house and sit on our computer on our asses all day long. So you got to have something going on. So, but that's because I have two computers on my desk. So sometimes I'll actually just put in an old movie while I'm working, and so I can listen to the movie, especially if it's something I've seen before. I don't need to actually watch the visualization. I can hear the dialogue. And old movies have much better dialogue. They don't depend on special effects nowadays. So it's a lot of it is just the talking of what's going on, and you can visualize what's happening in the movie very easy.
I just thought of another one. Do you remember Death Trap?
Death Trap.
It's a movie, but like a movie of a play. It stars what the hell's his name? Superman, the original Superman.
Chris Reeves?
Yeah, before he got injured.
I remember Christopher Reeve being in the one where he's playing the paraplegic that he's acting it out, but I can't remember.
He was really young in this.
Oh, no, I don't remember that then.
Believe it or not, it's like a movie of a play. It's actually really good.
Huh.
It's very obscure. That's why I mentioned it.
Hey, Sally, you got the chat going? There's a question in there.
Oh, shoot. Hopefully it's about movies. What is it?
No,
It's not.
It's what are you guys doing?
These movies do have to do with reselling because they're seeing your reactions to the movies, and they're realizing that if they see those movies out there to get them, because there's obviously more people than just you. And
well, you got to be careful because you don't want to buy.
There's a big following for those kind of movies.
Yeah, a lot of those.
So it is kind of reselling related.
Yeah, well, a lot of movies that have their bootleg copies and things like that, so you got to be careful with stuff like that because some of the stuff just isn't available. But yeah, you could if you find those on VHS movies that never made it to DVD, especially horror movies. Those are big money. I mean, so don't always I don't buy VHS, but I scan it and I'm looking for an old horror movie. Just because, or really old rock and roll movies are really good too. So you just check those out because a lot of times those didn't make it to DVD either. So.
So see, we can talk about fun stuff too, and it'd be about reselling.
What was the question in the chat before we forget about it?
Oh yeah. What's that question, by the way?
Okay, Fishin' and Pickin' says, question, not really, just want to hear y'all's opinion. I sell lots of shoes. I live on East Coast and West Coast. Cost is around $10.44 for 2-pound package USPS. It's under 15.9 ounces, but together they weigh outright under the 2-pound weight. What is y'all's opinion to split the shoes and ship first class at 15.9 rate of $365 per shoe? This would be a savings of $314 per order. And then Sherilyn says they don't fit in a flat rate. And most of my shoes up to size 10 fit in flat rate mailer or envelope.
Shoes are really one of those things that you gotta have to. I would never split a shipment like that.
I wouldn't either.
But I would just. But shoes, you know that if you know that you're going to be shipping something and you ship a lot to the West Coast, because I actually looked at where I sold most of my stuff to, and I had more sales to California than any other state. So yeah, and there's more people in California than any other place, so you're going to get more sales there. You just kind of have to build that into your pricing and understand that you're going to end up paying a little bit more. Women's shoes, a lot of times you can get women's shoes into a padded flat rate, but men's shoes, you're not going to. And most men's shoes are heavy to even go first class anyway. But I personally would not do it. I'm not saying you shouldn't, but I wouldn't do it.
And Valerie says I use the priority shoe box.
The priority shoe box is the lightest box out there. It's the thinnest one. So maybe you get lucky because the priority shoe box only weighs like 2.5 ounces. It's not very thick. But another way to save if you're really on that 2-pound going into 3-pound rate is I've shipped shoes in a poly mailer before. I just double bag them so I know they're going to be in good shape when they get there. But There's nothing wrong with doing that as well. There's ways to save on weight, but I would not split a shoe shipment up. That's just me.
Yeah, me neither. Because it would be my luck that one would get lost or something.
Yeah.
That's just my luck. So I wouldn't even chance it, you know.
And next thing you know, you're watching the man with one red shoe.
People will pay for shipping. You know, I know there's a lot of people that say, "Oh, you know, Eric's one of them. Free shipping, whatever." I'm just kidding, Eric.
You know that the shoes cost are going to sell for $20, and it's going to cost you $10 to ship them. Then you know if you're a free ship person, you can accept an offer of $30 and you'll be competitive. So you know that, and that's your area there. So you can either be 20 with 10 or 30 with free. It's the same thing. You just have to realize that because you're on the East Coast and you got to pay a higher price, you have to be careful. You may actually have to eat a little bit of shipping money out of your profits, because if the shoes sell for $25 for free shipping and somebody in Colorado has them up for $19, and it's only going to cost them $6 to get there, so they can say they're going to charge them $26, but you need to charge $30. You're going to have to sometimes go down and match or beat that $26 price to make the sale. So you're going to give up $3 or $4. That's the unfortunate issue with being on one of the coasts. Sometimes you're going to have to eat a little bit of your profit into your shipping. You know, I'm lucky I'm in the middle of the country, kind of. I mean, I'm more east, but I'm in Ohio, so I don't have to pay huge amounts. But for me to ship to California, it's still like over $10 for shoes.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
people will pay the shipping. They'll pay the shipping if they want the item. They'll pay the shipping.
To reach you, your device. Idiot is attempting to reach.
Hello.
Wow.
Hi, Alexia.
I'm sorry. I went to answer the question, and I just had like 6 crackers, and I realized I had nothing to drink, and I was just like gagging all of a sudden.
Yeah. By the way, Dead and Buried stars Robert Englund.
So okay. So since we're on a movie kick here, do you mind a couple more?
No,
Okay,
go ahead.
No, go for it.
Highway to Hell.
These are no.
Back to the movie channel.
These aren't so rare per se, but they're just good rides. So
Number one.
Oh wait.
Clint Eastwood.
Everyone.
Good, Bad, and Ugly, the Man with No Name series. Yeah.
This out of all of them though, this is the must watch.
Oh yeah.
You don't know how many times I do listings and keep this in the background.
To me, the quintessential Clint Eastwood movie is Outlaw Josie Wales.
Oh yeah.
I could watch that movie. That's another movie. You're flipping through the channels. That one's on. I don't care where it's at. I'm done. I'm watching it.
What movie?
Outlaw Josie Wales.
Oh yeah.
I said everybody's seen that movie. So
yeah, I've seen it.
But the Good, Bad, and the Ugly. That's part of the.
It's a 3-movie
series. Sergio Leone's Man with No Name series is what it's called.
Yep.
Great. We got dun 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 dun.
Oh, dun, 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 dun. I personally like Jaws: The Revenge.
Oh, don't even get into like Jaws 4 and stuff. I'm just gonna reach out and slap you.
I love Jaws 4, which is Jaws: The Revenge with original characters from the first movie.
Yeah, because
you had Michael Caine, but it is so bad.
Wait, but the whole thing is like she goes to get away from it all because of the shark thing. So what does she do? She moves to an island. I mean, come on.
What's
even better though is they changed the ending from the original theatrical release because nobody liked the ending. Mario Van Peebles is hanging from the mast of a boat, of the spar of the boat, which is the front part. The shark jumps up, grabs him, drags him out, blood everywhere, and he dies in the theater. Now when you watch the movie, after they kill the shark, he swims up and he's just slightly injured, but he was chomped in the movie. It's hilarious.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Carol Ann, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
Like I said, Michael Caine, who's a great actor, stars in that movie as well. So
Oh, I know.
that was a movie like, oh hell no, I'm not doing that. How much?
It's so true.
With Jaws the Revenge, the problem with it, it was wrote during a writer's strike.
Oh, was it?
Basically, it happened with the Star Trek too. Some of the Star Trek movies, because of the writer's strike, they sort of did a lot of mistakes. They didn't rewatch the movie 50 times to make sure they got them right.
That's why we don't talk about Star Trek 5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was
Wait,
a lot of mistakes in there.
Was 5 the one with the guy from Back to the Future?
No, that is Star Trek 4.
Oh, that was 4? Okay.
Wait, 4 was... Well, wait a minute. No, that's Star Trek. 3 is Khan.
After 3, I tend to forget. 2 is Khan.
2 is Khan. That Star Trek 3 was the guy with Back to the Future, and it led into Star Trek 4, which was going back in time for the whales. Star Trek 5 was
flashback.
Yeah, Star Trek 5 was the one that where Spock's brother, and they had to take him to meet this being at the edge of the galaxy. It was just a bad movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was the only one directed by Shatner, wasn't it?
Spock. No, Spock directed it, if I remember.
Yeah, Spock.
I can't remember whoever did that didn't direct any other ones. I know that much. So.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. You can't really see the name on the box so much because the sticker's there.
Wait, just hold the box up. Let me see. Oh, is that vampires?
No.
No.
Anyone? My hand's not steady.
I know that. But I can't.
No, I can't. Is it
The town or the
This. All right. This is The Fog.
fog?
Oh, Adrian Barbeau.
I own that one. That's why I was trying to remember the name, and I just don't want to get up and go get it.
Yeah, Adrian Barbeau. That's
Yeah.
much better than the remake. The remake sucked. That's a scary ass movie.
Yeah, the remake blows.
Yeah, but that one is a freaky movie. But have you ever seen John Carpenter's Vampires?
Yeah.
Don't bother with the movie because the movie's not that great. You have to read the book. The book is amazing that was based off of. It's called Vampires. It is just a fantastic wild ride book. One you won't put down. I'll have to look it up. I've got it around here somewhere. It's not my favorite scary movie. The one that messes with my head more than any movie, and the book is just as bad, is Wolfen.
Oh yeah.
I just watched that the other night too. That's one of those movies that you got to watch with the lights on. That one and the Stephen King Silver Bullet movie.
Oh, I love it.
That's kind of cheesy, but that's still a little bit of a freak out movie. I remember watching that at the theaters, and I was one of those you walk out of the theater with your head on a swivel type movies. So.
If you want to see a really good werewolf movie that you've probably never seen or heard of before, it's
Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
What? Teen Wolf?
Oh, come on now. Everybody knows that Teen Wolf 2 was awesome.
Of course, I can't remember the name of this movie now that I hyped it up. Thanks, Eric. It's an English movie.
Werewolf in London?
No, right? No, not that one, no. It's rather obscure.
Yeah, I like an American Werewolf in
Crap.
Paris.
Mm-hmm.
I have it in the other room.
That werewolf traveled all over Europe and came from America.
Hold on one second. Let me just Google this real quick because it's bothering me.
Twilight.
Jason doesn't tell everybody that he sits around with his girlfriend when they watch Twilight. Issues.
I don't sell anything.
Which team were you on, Jason?
Oh, here we go. It's called.
He's totally Teen Edward.
It's 2002. It's called Dog Soldiers.
I haven't seen that because I love the original. What's the dog movie?
White Dog.
No.
Dogs of War.
It's a classic. It's The Dogs of War. Did you say that?
Yes,
Yeah.
you did.
Yeah, that's a classic movie if you've never seen one. But that's
Well, this Dog Soldiers has the most, in my opinion, the most realistic werewolf costumes. They're
Very
so good.
oh, come on now. You know,
If you can get through the English dialogue, the movie is phenomenal.
Oh, English, I don't mind English dialect.
Well, some people do, some people don't. That's why I mentioned it. I actually like it, but
that been about the same time that 28 Days Later came out. That's a messed up movie too.
Yeah. Okay, so next, here's a classic that's always fun. And hold on.
Return of the Living Dead. Yep.
Yeah.
That's a must see.
Yeah. But again, black and white. You got to go back to what, Dawn of the Dead, black and white.
No, the original Night of the Living Dead was black and white.
Night of the Living Dead. Yeah, I can't remember which one it was. That was Romero, what, 68, 69, something like that. That was a classic. That was more scary because it was black and white.
Oh, hell
yeah. Yeah.
Then I threw up the Invasion of the Body Snatchers for you, Eric.
Ah, there we go. Yep.
Kevin McCarthy.
Yeah, I couldn't remember who was in that one, but yeah, that's why I know. I always kind of default to the Sutherland one. So.
And then more modern, this is another must-watch if you like zombie stuff.
Shaun of the Dead. Yep, that's hilarious.
That's one of my favorites.
Is it?
These.
Yeah, this movie is so good. I watch this all the time.
Mm-hmm.
I just watched that for the first time this year.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, my daughter was like, "Oh, you gotta watch it. It's one of those movies you kind of put on the queue, and other things take precedence, and you finally watch, and you're like, oh, that was actually really pretty funny."
And here we go. Since I like Carpenter so much, do you remember this one?
Ghost of Mars. Yeah, that was
with Ice Cube.
Yeah, not very good at all.
No, I can't honestly recommend that one, but it is on the obscure side, so I thought I'd mention it. Now, here is Sally, if you've never seen this, you'd really like this. This is funny as hell.
Oh, yes. I love that movie.
I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Oh, my goodness, Eric, you gotta watch this. It is so
It's great.
funny.
Is it funny bad or because it's so bad?
It's got the two guys from Shaun of the Dead in it.
Yeah, Simon Pegg and Nick Frost.
Yeah, I've got Simon Pegg on my list of movies that I've got set up to watch. I just haven't.
Yeah,
done
he's really funny, like sarcastically funny.
all right, so you're a John Carpenter fan, right?
Oh yeah, hold on, wait one second. This has Sigourney Weaver and Seth Rogen in it as well.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I forgot that. But yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, Carpenter. 13th Precinct.
Dark Star.
Oh, Dark Star!
Awesome movie.
Dark Star.
And of course, we always have Big Trouble in Little China, but really one of his great horror movies that nobody's ever seen is Prince of Darkness.
Mm.
Remember that one? That was Donald Pleasance.
Yep.
And of course, I have come here to chew bubblegum and kick some ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum. They
live.
He did that one too. That's an amazing movie.
Then we got, do you remember The Watch? This wasn't bad.
Yeah.
I started watching it. I just couldn't get into it.
Yeah, it's not like amazing, but it was good. It was funny.
I love Ben Stiller.
To get into the story.
But I don't like zany Ben Stiller so much. You know, Zoolander Ben Stiller, I don't really care for. But give me Ben Stiller when he's being a little bit more serious. Secret Life of Walter Mitty is one of the best movies I've seen in probably the last 5 years. That's the type of stuff I like to watch for him. But yeah, I like Vince Vaughn, but again, sometimes it just doesn't work.
Yeah, it can be hit and miss. I could hear you. So the last one is it's a classic that I love this movie. It's all about the negative waves. Do you remember this one?
Kelly's Heroes, yeah, that's Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, all them negative waves with Donald Sutherland.
Yep,
that was great. Okay, movie hour's over.
I see dead people.
Talking about the audience.
Hi, Dusty.
Hi.
I haven't seen you in a while.
What?
Where you been?
I don't know.
I got your package.
I was at I was at Danica's house, and then I've been working, trying to get caught back up. Where have you been?
I've been working. Not here.
Hold
That
on.
other place that I have to go work.
I need a tissue. Hold on. Oh my god. Can't do that this early, man.
Did you just wake up because you're whispering?
Muffin. What? So no. Apparently I missed, because I was kind of listening while I was making coffee and putting the flag up on the mailbox and all that. Did I miss somebody griping about free shipping again? Yeah. Here's Eric and I were talking about this the other day. Like, here's the conclusion that I've come to on that. Either you get it or you don't get it, and I'm done like trying to explain like the benefits of like, well, here's the advantages and here's why it works and here's why. You know, it's because it's one of those like arguments that is going to constantly be either you get it or you don't get it. Either you do it and it works or you don't do it. You know what I mean?
Well, I have some of my stuff free shipping, some of my stuff I don't. You know, but
No, I know.
and that's how I do it because of all the sales I run and everything. I don't like changing it back and forth to, you know what I mean.
Right.
Anyways,
But
no,
I think it's also not for everybody either.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You know, and if you don't understand shipping, if you can't off the top of your head, not you personally, but if you can't, everybody in general, can't off the top of your head tell me roughly what a 5-pound package from your state to Walla Walla, Washington, or Seattle, Washington, or whatever is going to cost, then free shipping is probably not for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You need to be able to kind of calculate, and that only comes with experience. Either that or, I don't know, you memorize all the postal tables or something. But
yeah,
you know,
after a while, you could just pick up an object and get, oh, that's 2.4.
Yeah, or that's going to be roughly, or you know, hey, that's 5 pounds from where I live to there. That's probably going to run me about $12-15, either priority or FedEx. You know, so you have to kind of have that knowledge built in a little bit. I think to even do free shipping, because when you do free shipping, you're tacking it on your price. You know, obviously.
Mm-hmm. No, somebody was asking in the YouTube chat, talking about he was selling a lot of shoes, and it was more expensive to send both shoes 2 pounds, and then but was like 15.9. Would it be better to separate the shoes? And you know, yeah,
and you would save like, I don't know, it's like $4 or something like that.
Yeah, but he, you know, later he said,
you should wrap a CD to the shoes, to the outside of the package, and send a media mail.
I usually tie a brick to them. Tie a brick.
Good idea.
Stick a book in with the shoes and a media mail. Totally.
Well, if they're expensive, it would be a pain in the ass to make an insurance claim. I mean, some shoes could be like a lot of money.
He spent $17,000 on shipping in 2016, so it's not like, you know, he doesn't know.
No, I mean, I get it, but I mean, from a buyer standpoint, if I got 2 separate shoes and 2 separate packages, I mean, you'd get a negative feedback from me. You know,
Yeah.
The other one got lost.
Wait, especially if one gets there before the other.
Yeah.
I mean, seriously, which is probably what would happen. I mean, can you imagine opening the package and going, I ordered a pair of shoes, I got 1? What the hell? You know?
I said, like, it would be my luck. I would lose one I would have one lost in the mail or something,
Yep.
and they'd get the other one.
You know,
That's
there's,
just my luck.
you know, there's some people that do sell just one shoe. I was looking through their store. They have, it says, like Michael Kors shoe, right foot. Michael Kors shoe, left foot.
Yep.
And they sell them separately.
I guess if
For
you're like
why?
maybe an amputee, that would like.
They sell them to amputees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if they go to the bins and they find shoes without the match, but they're really expensive shoes, they'll buy them.
There's also pretty decent money in mismatched shoes. We did that talked about that on a show a long time ago, and showed the research or whatever. But go to eBay and search. I think it's mismatched shoe. I can't remember.
Yeah, some people need a 9 and then you get a 9 left and a 9.5 right. I mean,
yeah, mismatched shoes. There's 6,100 active listings. Total completed are 7,700, and total sold out of that is 5,400. So that's got, I can't do that math.
nice.
Over a 67% sell-through rate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I got two different size feet. But one's a 9.5, one's a 10, so I just kind of fit the bigger one. Look, I got
For like people that have.
Yeah.
There's also people that have their favorite shoes. They don't want to get rid of them, but the left one accidentally stuck in a puddle of water and now it's completely falling apart. They'll buy the other shoe.
I bet when you're buying shoes in bulk, like maybe pallets of them, I bet sometimes the boxes get mixed up and you get two different sizes sometimes.
I worked in Walmart in the shoe department. I spent more time opening the boxes and putting the right shoes in the boxes because people would put their shoes away and they put a 9 and 11 together in the same box and just toss it on the shelf. I had to go through and open all the boxes and make sure they're the right size. Sometimes you find shoes that were 50 years old inside the box because somebody decided to wear new shoes out of the store. When you open a box, you almost pass out because of the smell coming out of the box. That's bad.
Oh, God.
It was that bad. I was glad when they took me in lawn and garden because at least I could smell the flowers and the manure.
That's pretty crazy.
Why? Tonight.
Dusty, did you guys have a good trip?
Yeah, you're talking about to go see Danica?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. We really didn't do much of it. We just kind of sat around and she and her husband laughed and watched movies.
Who's doing tape?
Huh?
Yeah, it's me. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Dusty's like, we're out there tasing grizzly bears for fun.
We watched movies and drank a little and played Cards Against Humanity and just, I don't know, it was kind of sat around and had adult time,
You didn't shoot any guns?
I did. I went out, John and I went out back of their house Sunday. It rained a lot, so Sunday we got up and it was clear, and I said, I'm going to go shoot. And I got up and he was already getting the targets and stuff together. So we went out there and his target practiced. God, I'm not awake yet.
You tried.
I need to find some place to shoot my gun. Need to keep practicing.
I ran about 250. Jeez, I ran about 250 rounds through my 9mm, which was a lot. I mean, that was quite a bit. Just trying to get a feel for where the sight was, and just blow off some steam. To me, that's more just fun more than anything. Sometimes.
That's a great stress reliever, for sure.
I just love to beat up the neighbors, no problem. We have problem neighbors with 2 beagles that thinks his beagles will stay in the yard as they come and try to attack my dog.
Shoot them.
That's why I would, but I'm Canadian. I'm not allowed to own a gun. But
there's a reason for that. We don't let Canadians own guns. The way you said that, I'm like, okay, well, that's true, I guess, because you're not a U.S. citizen.
Yeah, that's why in Walmart when they wanted me to work the sporting goods, I had to decline because you have to be a citizen for 2 years before you can work in pharmacy or sporting goods or own a gun. A lot of hassle, and I said, paid well, but. And I'm the type that I didn't even need a gun. The dog came charging at my dog, and I went up to it and boxed it with my knee right in the head and said, "Get the F home." It took off running, yelping. Poor Lexi, my other neighbor's dog. Lexi comes here every night to play with my dog. And that dog was so terrified, went charging home the other way, saying, "That lady's gone psycho."
Somebody eating Fritos?
No, I'm cutting plastic.
I was listening. I was like, somebody's eating potato chips really loud.
She's the only one working. The rest of us are just sitting around watching.
Yes. She gets like 35 sales a day too, so we need to be more like her.
You're already packed this morning.
Well, I'm not packing. My husband's actually does all the packing. I'm not. Maybe I'll have to help him today. I don't know.
Tara's my hero.
I don't think I'd say that.
You are.
If I could be like Tara. It was a good day yesterday. I will say that, though. Actually, for a Wednesday, it was pretty good.
Yesterday.
Yeah. What'd you say? I didn't hear you.
I said, what'd you get yesterday? How many sales?
I think I got 25 to ship this morning, but my husband stayed up to like 1 packing. And we had some bigger stuff sell, like, I know he's got to build a crate today because we sold like one of those antique school desks for kids. I don't know. They're like cast iron on the sides and, they're wood on the top.
Mm-hmm.
Like from, I don't know, turn of the century or something. We got one of those sold, so that was kind of nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So it was okay. Now today I probably won't sell nothing.
Yeah.
I did 590 yesterday.
Wow.
I didn't quite do 600. I was hoping I could get like another $10 one but now today I'll probably do 20.
Yeah.
Anyway.
You're awesome. Keep up the good work.
Mm. Well, when you work for yourself, that's what you got to do.
It's going to look funny, but I'm skipping buttons.
I did another 200 yesterday.
Are you freezing your ass off this morning? Nick?
No. Yeah, I am. Wow. My tire went flat on my van yesterday, last night, and then so I had to wait till today because it's all-wheel drive.
Yeah.
So I have to get, I don't want to put brand new tires on it right now. So I have to find one used tire, and it's a weird size. Then my daughter's this morning, which doesn't have very good heat. And both my daughter's cars wouldn't start this morning, so I had to drive around Superior starting cars.
Yeah, I got a van and it started a little slow, but I think when I went to town at 8:30, it was still like 14 below.
Yeah,
Probably
it's
with
like 25 below wind chill here.
Yeah, because I have the water tank outside. I had to bust it open. The water heater couldn't keep up with it.
Oh.
Otherwise, the horse.
Yeah, we got home last night and my one pipe was froze too.
Oh, really?
10 o'clock last night, and my husband had to thaw out a pipe.
Yeah, my kid's school is by the Snowmobile racetrack, so it's kind of wide open there. And you walk back from the school back to the parking lot, and when your eyeballs hurt, you know it's cold.
Oh, yeah. That's how bad the wind was this morning.
Yeah, it was bad here last night. We don't really have too much wind right now, but it's still cold.
I know I'm over this cold weather.
Yeah, me too.
Spring.
Yeah, Monday it's supposed to be up to like 20, which will be good.
Yeah, it's supposed to be that here too.
Awesome. Yeah. Balmy weather there, 20, balmy.
Yeah, what's it supposed to be like there, Larry? Larry.
What,
What's it supposed to be like there?
We're messing with the 20s for about a week right now. That's for a high. Not much.
Yeah, our high today is going to be 5 below.
We got a half an inch of snow yesterday, so they shut everything down.
Yeah, we got about 1 to 3 inches of snow overnight.
Oh, yeah.
I still can't get over shutting things down because of a half an inch of snow.
Yeah, well, they don't know how to drive on it down there. It'd have to be a full-blown blizzard to kind of shut it down up here.
Yep.
Yeah.
The people
that
don't know how to drive in it.
Oh, yeah?
Missourians don't know how to drive in any weather.
I didn't know that.
They shut down for half an inch of snow.
Hmm? Yep. School called at 5 a.m. this morning to say my stepson's has no school and people aren't going to the store or the work or anything except for milk and bread.
Wow.
There must have been. Why did they shut down? I used to live in Missouri, and they didn't. I mean, hell, we get. Whoa, why is that? We'd get 7-8 inches and still have school. Yeah. That was southern Missouri.
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't ice?
No, it's snow.
Huh.
Yep. They do it all the time now. I don't know if they're trying to save money on city or what, but a little bit of snow and everything shuts down.
Because you're in like north. You're up around St. Louis or something, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm just 20 minutes west of St. Louis.
It's a mini light box.
Oh.
Wow.
You make that one?
No, I actually ordered it from China. It was like $8.
Yeah. Oh, that's the one, the foldable one?
Yeah, it folds up. It uses magnets to hold the sides up, and it comes with a white background and a black background.
Yeah, and it has the lights with it. It already has the lights with it?
Yeah, the lights are little LED strip lights right above it.
Yeah, I was looking at those. I was thinking about them.
I was hoping it would be a little bit bigger, but
you can make your own with a cardboard box.
Yeah, and some toilet paper and a couple metal coat hangers.
Yeah, why not?
That's a flashlight, and you.
That's an enema, not a light box.
Good thinking, Larry.
Box, it's risk.
Hey, Dusty, did you watch that Rose Bowl game?
I watched the last half.
Okay. Yeah, that was a good one.
Yeah, it was good. I should have taken whoever that was up on the bet in the group that said, "Hey, you want to do a friendly little wager?" I didn't see that till after the game had already started. So.
Yeah. I'm surprised Alabama wasn't in that.
Alabama never played in the Rose
I
Bowl.
thought you said I thought you did say the Alabama game.
Rose Bowl game.
Now, the Rose Bowl is not Alabama's game. They only play there for the national championship.
Oh.
Rose Bowl is Big Ten and Pac-10.
Can't read the BSA. Boy Scouts of America.
I don't see them.
Pretty small arms.
That's an old pin.
Are you sure it's Boy Scouts?
Yep, 100%. It says Boy Scouts of America on the back. Bobcats.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's Cub Scouts, sorry, not Boy Scouts. But then it's Boy Scouts of America. Cub Scouts are the younger ones, aren't they?
Yeah, Cub Scouts is Bobcat, Wolf, and the Bear.
Yeah.
And you go to
Late
Wheat Rose, and then you go to
60s. But it's not like the sew-on pins or whatever. It's the metal ones they used to get.
Mm-hmm.
Not worth much. I did find 4 Bakelite buttons, but there's no matches.
How are you going to light your cigarette?
Hmm?
So then how are you going to light your cigarette?
What, Bakelite?
I got new shoes yesterday, so I can go on my diet. Well, I don't have tennis shoes. I mean, the last pair of tennis shoes I have are came from a thrift store 10 years ago or whatever. So I can just get out and walk and lose some weight. Now, I don't know. I asked Tristan because I don't know anything about brands. I was like, okay, are these ghetto brand? I don't know. Tell me if I'm, don't let me buy some red and gold FUBU shoes and then everybody be laughing at me at school because you didn't bother to tell me that, they don't look good on me. But they had them at Costco. They're Fila's, and they got for $19.99.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think
I just wanted to. It's like I told her. I don't care what they look like. I need functional shoes to lose weight.
Yeah, I used to wear those at work to walk the cement floor. They're comfortable.
I will never wear them outside of walking or not working out. I'm gonna do that, but
I can see that's
I
working.
use duct tape to lose weight. You just duct tape my mouth shut and I lose weight. So.
Yeah.
Margo, what the hell does shoes have to do with you losing weight? I'm like, what the heck does shoes have to do with it?
I don't know.
Exercise.
Because if he thinks if he buys walking shoes, he'll start walking.
Just walk in your sandals.
That's what Jesus did.
It's like all the money we can make in January if you put sports stuff online. Sports fitness, sportswear. Because everybody buys it thinking if they buy it, they're going to lose the weight. That's why I bought a jogging outfit. I'm an emotional eater, and I gained 35 pounds of emotional eating in the past 6 months. Ice cream has become my friend.
I'm an aggressive eater. I swallow a lot of aggression along with a lot of pizza.
Yeah, that's very emotional in the eating. I do that when I'm angry, when I'm sad, when I'm anytime. I'll swallow it down with food.
I like food.
My excuse is I have a thyroid problem. That's the one.
I have big bone.
I got big bones.
Thyroid, hemorrhoid, it's all the same.
I really hate it.
Roid rage.
When you say you're an emotional eater and when you're angry or sad, you eat, and somebody says, well, just stop it. You're angry, just don't eat.
I just enjoy it. Plain and simple.
I got so bad, I almost punched a manager in Walmart right in the face, so it was good.
That'll get you deported.
Yeah, quickly. Yeah.
Well, we now know what she would do for a Klondike bar.
Well, you know Walmart. You know what Walmart's like. They have these little 12-year-old managers running around thinking they can boss everybody around.
That's why they're managers. They can boss everybody around.
No, I went to the big guy. I went to the head of the whole Walmart store I worked in, and he said, "Just go do your work. Tell him that I said so." I'm not reading the site because I'm not going to start cracking up laughing just looking at Sally.
She's gonna cry again.
What count as exercise, Dusty?
Oh. You're saying that you're talking about emotional eating.
I don't
Oh,
think.
yeah,
I don't
no,
think
I like
Piers
what
will
you were
lose weight.
I like that. So back on reselling. Look what I did yesterday. Nobody even noticed.
Oh, it's very clean.
Oh, pretty.
Look, I actually went
Organized.
from a 4-shelf system to a 5-shelf system. So now all my extra boxes, like empties, are in that wasteland. Like I've utilized every bit of a 10-foot ceiling.
Awesome.
So these were at Costco yesterday. $29.99 with a $6 off manufacturer instant coupon. We're at $23.99 for a 5-shelf thing. That's pretty cheap.
Those are good. I have 2 of those.
Now, next question. Do you know where everything is now?
Yep. Oh, I knew where everything was before.
Yeah, but now.
Clean. Can you find it?
Do I know where everything is now?
Yeah.
Didn't you move stuff?
I don't know.
With more people.
Yeah, because I put the stuff there. I mean, yeah, I didn't sleep overnight and be like, yeah, where did I put that yesterday? I do kind of have like a brain for like detail stuff. Like I remember weird details. So like as far as where my inventory is, I can totally remember it.
Yeah. Okay. And you
it actually probably helped refresh my memory because I organized a little differently. So now it wouldn't be hard to find anything.
Okay. I say you knew where everything was before, but you added a shelf, so you probably moved some stuff. Now you're lost.
No, it actually just kind of was almost like a refresher for me, really.
Yeah.
Are you going to put more of those shelves on the other side of the room?
So yeah, that's my project today. Is I'm going to do the exact same thing like that. It's basically going to be a wall of those. There's going to be 4 of them across that room. So that'll give me in a little. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That'll give me 30 shelves in a little, what's essentially like a 12 by 12 bedroom. I think it's a little bigger than that, 13 by 13. Not to mention the closet and the picture taking area and everything else. I mean, that's a lot of space. You know, somebody was talking yesterday about not having too much space and kind of griping, you know, I don't have this and I don't have that. And I said, you got the space.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you're not utilizing it. You know, you've got.
Sure.
You've got.
What about your warehouse? You haven't done a video in your warehouse in a while.
I haven't been down there doing anything except picking up things that sell and stuff. But you know, I think it's all about how you utilize it. Some people are better organized than other people, but Eric was the one that kind of got me to thinking about it. He goes, you know, we were sitting, he and I had to talk about something. We were in a hangout or something 3 or 4 nights ago, and I turned my camera on and turned it around. He goes, you know, you've got a lot of space. He goes, how high are those ceilings? And I said, like 10 foot, 8 foot, or 10 foot, or whatever they are. I think they're.
It's 9 something. I think you measured
9.5 or something like that. He goes, why do you have 4 shelves instead of 5 shelf? He said, you know, Ollie's has those as a regular. What is a regular item? The 5 shelf ones are $34.99.
$34.99. They're really heavy duty shelves too. So if you have heavy stuff, they'll hold it as well. That's what I bought the one from Ollie's. So I don't have a Costco membership, but and I showed him a picture of my room where I only have 7.5 foot ceilings, and I can still put the 5 shelves in there, and still I don't have near the space he has on top, but I still have room to use that top shelf. and it made a huge difference. And I'm my listed inventory is in a 10 by 10 row.
Well, a normal house would have 8-foot ceilings?
Yeah, because I'm in a lower level, so 8 foot is pretty standard.
So these are 72 inches. So even if you did these in a regular house that had normal size ceilings, you'd still have 72 inches at 6 feet. You'd still have 2 feet.
Yeah.
Which is about the distance between the shelves or so. I don't per foot and a half, but I mean, you'd still have a decent. I don't know. I just think people don't utilize their stuff, and not everybody's strong point is organization. I went down and helped my little brother here recently in Birmingham with all that, helping him unpack his house. I mean, he's just lost. I mean, like, the kid has no organizational skill, and that's not everybody's strong point.
The more organized you are, the more efficient you will become. Really.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing worse than I sold that, and then you got to take 10 minutes to remember. Okay, I remember I listed it with this stuff, so I got to go find that stuff because it's probably going to be near that, and then got to dig through a tote trying to find something that's a small or something like that. I mean, clothes are a little bit different. Clothes can be. I store my clothes in totes, but they're still organized. It's men's shirts, jeans. So I'm still going through one, but
Well, something you and I were, I know people do the box system. I can see that behind Cheryl Ann. And something Eric was suggesting was, get banker's boxes or get postal totes. And I said that, and then do an inventory system in your, in your listing or however. And that doesn't work for me. So what works for one person isn't going to necessarily work for somebody else. And the reason being, like you were saying, I could go look that up, and I've tried that before with stuff. We had that system years ago, and it frustrated the hell out of me to have to go move this box, take the lid off, dig through, find it. I'm a visual person, so I need my stuff where I can see it. And this is something I came up with yesterday, this right here, because I had a lot of smalls on this shelf. And we went to Aldi yesterday, and this was one of the boxes from Aldi, and I cut it down to make a tray out of it. And so all my smalls are in there just kind of laid out. But I know in my mind, if I sold a pocket knife right now, I would know it was in that box, and I would go, okay, here's the pocket knife right there, boom, done. But I'm the kind of person, if I had to click on the listing, go find, or an Excel spreadsheet or whatever, go find the inventory number, then go find that box, then potentially move another box off the top of that box, dig through the box, find it. That would frustrate the hell out of me. Now, I'm not saying that that's not a good system, but that's not how my brain works, and I know my limitations. It wouldn't work for me.
Yeah, see, the way I set mine up is I have it as just another. When you go into your overview and you go into your items that need to be your print labels and ship thing on your task, it actually brings it up, and there's a line in there where it says custom SKU label, and that's where I add my inventory numbers in there.
You talking about when you're on the managed orders awaiting shipment page?
Yep. Yeah, it's right in that line right there. So I don't have to, I'm not going into the thing. So it's actually in a custom label right there.
Oh, well, that would work. But I don't know. I know me, I'm more of a visual person. If I got too organized, it wouldn't work for me. And that's just.
I was the same way. And the only reason I did that is I lost a small, so I had to cancel a sale, and that really pissed me off.
Right.
And I found it when I was cleaning and reorganizing just recently, but it was just a fishing reel that had rolled underneath something. And I'm like, I got to get a little bit more organized. I got to have some idea, because I was always the kind of guy like, oh yeah, I remember when I listed that, it's going to be right over here. And once you get 400, 500, 600 listings, it can be a little bit more difficult. Keep track, because I don't do a lot of quantities. I'm trying to get more into that, but 500 individual listings, it can be easy to lose something when you have a one-day shipping thing. That's why I also do most of my shipping, or try to get all my stuff together at least the night before, so I've got time to look for it if I did lose it. So.
The only problem with the beer flat system that you're using is that you're losing a lot of that shelf space with just the one, beer flat type box.
Who, me?
Yeah. Yeah.
It right now it's more spread out, because I estimate by the time I'm done with this, I will have 2 full sections of empty shelves. It's not like that on every shelf. Yeah, it's like that right now, but I'm going to tell you, if I also were to list like a motorcycle helmet right now, I'd probably put that on top of it or push it toward the back. It's spread out low and even right this second. I mean, if you can see the other shelves, though, I mean, they're not really like that. And it's really more just with my smalls where there might be a little bit of wasted space. But, on the flip side, if you're using the banker box system or you're using the postal tote system, they're not going to be full all the way every single time.
No, as you sell out,
Yeah.
down. That's what I do. I sell them down to where the point where I got to add more stuff.
Right.
I know that box B6 is almost empty. I can put all this stuff into box B6, and then I just go back and relocate it. So it's an additional step. It's not for everybody, but it works for me and for right now. I mean, I
think, and in full honesty and transparency, part of it might be that I'm just too damn lazy to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, it took me about, I'd say it took about 2 hours to go through about 14 banker boxes and go through and update each item with the listing. And it's very easy to do the update when you're doing the custom label SKU to where it was at. It's just grab a box and bang, finding it and everything. So it took a little bit of time, but if you keep up with it, it's actually pretty simple.
Mm-hmm.
There's two things I don't do, and that's inventory management and marketing. They're just two like time sinks that I just don't like getting into.
Yeah, inventory management for me saves me time down the road, so I'm okay with that. Yeah, marketing, I don't mess with any of the Pinterest or Twitter or sharing here and there.
That I find is wasted. When you're pinning something or sharing something or tweeting something to a fixed group of resellers, who are you advertising to? A fixed group of resellers.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't waste my time. It's not they might buy one thing once in a while, but
yeah, I don't think the Cleveland Browns organization, who I follow, wants to see I'm selling something on Twitter feed. So
yeah.
I mean, in a sense, I'm kind of lucky because I have a high sell-through rate, so I don't get tons of extra inventory sitting there after I run the sale. So
yeah,
in a way, that's why I don't have to kill myself with like inventory management so much.
What's that storage unit you have full of stuff though?
I didn't say it was organized.
Oh.
The other thing is you were talking about just going in order to put everything into a system like that. You were saying just go through your items and add that field, use bulk editor or whatever. Here's my other problem, because I am a visual person.
You don't even have to go into the bulk editor to do it though. If you go into your listings and just look at your active listing, you literally can add that custom, as long as you might have to actually put that column in there, but you can add it from the active listings page.
Yeah.
Just hit add, and it comes up and you say, it's
right hand corner, customize, add custom SKU.
Hit save.
That's it.
Let me share the screen. I'll show you.
I used to have your visual system, and the problem I had was dropping things off the shelf.
Close all your other stuff, Eric. We don't need to see your girly stuff.
I was thinking.
Hey, I went to watch the pantyhose yesterday, so I don't hear it.
Well, Nikki, yeah, that's the problem I was having with the smalls. That was kind of the problem I was having, and so that's why I went to. And this box doesn't have to be like a bigger flat. I just happened to have this one laying around, so we went to Aldi, so I cut it down. It was one of those that they put cereal in, so the front was open and the top was real tall. But it's yeah, I had problems with little things falling through or falling off the shelf, especially with the old shelf that had a gap like that between there and the wall.
Well, wait a second. Those type of shelves.
This is my.
What the hell? How many people talk at one time?
Sorry. Go ahead, Sherry.
This is what I use for smalls. Is one of those little drawer systems.
Yeah.
This one's 4 inches, and I also have a 6-inch one. You just like, as you said, pocket knife stuff like that. They can throw in that drawer.
That's what she said.
Yeah. So look at my screen. This is what I'm talking about. I got this custom label SKU. You don't have that column. You have to come over here and hit customize, and you can actually tell what columns you want to have in here. Here's your available columns.
Right.
And just click on that. So, but then if like I said, I'm in the manage active listing screen. So let's say, I want to add a link. This is in its own box, so I don't have to worry about putting it in there. And I can just hit save. and I'm done. I don't have to actually open the whole listing and do any modifying or anything like that. And then when I have a sale, which I don't know if this is.
You click on you, it keeps disappearing. There we go.
I had 2 magazine files sold.
Larry, where'd you disappear to?
Like there's the custom label SKU. I hadn't even I've just listed those. I hadn't even added it in there. I know that's,
Your printer didn't
it was like a box B6. So
now
that's
I
what it
do.
looked like.
Oh, sorry.
What do you mean we're like?
So from right there, you haven't even gotten to your invoices or anything. You can just go like and bang, bang. There's my. I know it's in that box right there.
Now I do use that type of system. I mean, I have internal systems I use, like, well, I'm not going to carry it over here, but like, for instance, on my motorcycle manuals, I have these little thin, they were assembly manuals that came with the motorcycles originally, and they're usually 8 to 10 pages. They're in manila folders inside a box, and those are actually have SKU numbers on them, so, because they all look alike. Like all the gums that I got the other day, I have a inventory system number on that. Like that one's WE-108. This one is SS5-113. I mean, I have an inventory because all the gums are similar. You know what I mean? My hard drives have a numbering system. This one's 42A and this one's 44A. So I do have. When I have similar items, I have a system like that, yes. But my stuff's so random that it's not, I mean, I'm not selling like shirts or coffee mugs or something, for instance, where you'd have a lot of similar type thing. You know what I mean? It's like a hard hat helmet over here and a horse bridle piece over here. I mean, it's so weird and random that it's not, I don't know. So that's what I'm saying. I think what works for one person might be a totally different system than what works for somebody else. It's just finding your limitations, figuring out what works for your brain type, really,
Are those shelves graded? Like do they have holes on them, or are they solid?
No, unfortunately, they're vented, yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I was curious.
The only thing I didn't like about them, I mean, it's going to be good and bad, because it's actually going to be good over here because we have old school floor registers. So my heat is actually over there in the floor. And then when I put the shelving there, it's actually going to go on top of it. So that will still allow, because of that venting, will still allow some heat in here. God knows they don't turn the heat on in the rest of this house. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's like anything with reselling. It's taking bits and pieces of what works for different people and just kind of combining it until you figure out what works for you.
No, you got to do what I said.
Well, no, I think there's a lot of people that do that. They watch they'll watch a video or watch a morning show or a night show or whatever, and go, well, so-and-so, it's like free shipping. So-and-so said that word. But you know what? Free shipping, if you don't understand the basics of shipping, no, it's sure as hell not going to work for you. You're going to lose your ass the first time you go. If you don't understand anything about shipping, and then all of a sudden you live on the East Coast and you have to sell a 30-pound item to Washington State and didn't anticipate that could cost you $30 or $40, when you built the shipping in, yeah, you're going to lose your ass. So for you, free shipping's not going to work.
Yeah, I mean, we were looking at, we're part of this glitch community on Facebook, and they talk about different deals they find, and they're real big on hunting Walmart.
The glitchy bitches, as I call them.
Yeah, they are glitchy bitches. But they posted this thing about these power ride-on toys for kids, and it was a John Deere loader-looking thing. Really cool, and the price was amazing. It was like $49.99 for this item, and it normally sells for like $220 or something. And we're like, I wonder if we could make some money on that thing. Well, by the time Dusty went on Amazon, got the dimensions and the weight, so we started checking it. It was going to cost about $160 to mail that damn thing anywhere. It was so big and weighed so much. But if you just rushed into a deal like that, not thinking about the shipping aspect of it, you'd lose your butt on it.
especially with the box dimensions.
Yeah, it was
One of
huge.
those oversized classes.
Oh yeah, it goes into oversized, not just.
It was OS 3. Like the big one.
So I mean, but that's kind of that you know. Imagine you weren't thinking and you bought that for $50 and you're like, I'm going to get $180 for it, but I'm going to put some. I'm going to charge like, because a lot of people had it on eBay for like with like $30 shipping, and I'm like, you're losing your ass, because you might sell it for $200 at $30 shipping, but it's going to cost you $180 to ship it. So you make $50 on something you paid $50 for.
That's the same Facebook group though, where they'll go, look, there's an error. If you check brickseek.com and check your local, which there's a website where you can check what inventory is in. It basically pulls the data from like Target and Walmart. You put in a SKU number on BrickSeek and it'll tell you. You put in your zip code and it'll tell you all the stores within, I don't know, 50 or 100 miles of you and how many they have and what their price is. And they're like, look, it's an iPad 2 and it's $79. And some dude is like, it's $99 at my Walmart, but there's one 30 miles away where it's $79. If I go buy it this would piss me off. If I go buy it for $99, return it at the store 30 miles away where it's $79 with my receipt, so I get my $99 back, and then turn around and rebuy it for $79 at that store. And I'm like, do these people, they're obviously not resellers. They're doing this for, I don't know, because I think most of them are hoarders that have like entire rooms full of paper towels and laundry detergent or whatever, but like extreme couponers kind of thing. But I'm like, why would you do all that for $20? That's the kind of people that end up making places like Target go, you know what, we're limiting the amount you can have. Where when that happened, they're like, we don't sell to resellers.
Yeah, but don't the retailers have price matching for their own stores?
No, they don't. Well, not on clearance items, they wouldn't.
Oh, because it's a clearance item. Okay.
A Walmart clearance is run by the store manager. He decides what he's going to clearance, when he's going to clearance it, and how much money he's willing to list, because that's coming off his margin, his bottom line profits.
Right.
So if he's running a high margin month where he's running, and most people don't understand, a Walmart store probably is lucky if it's making a 10% profit. That's 10%, and that's not including that's 10% earnings before tax and dividends. So it probably making 3 or 4% but the volume they do is so huge, it sounds like big money. So
people don't understand how little markup there is in like grocery. There are some departments where Walmart makes a killing, stuff that's made specifically for them, fleece blankets, crap like that. Yeah, they're making really good profit margins. But you go over to grocery and their eggs and all that, they're not making much money off a dozen eggs. I can tell you that right now.
They might even be losing money on them. You never know. That's
right.
That's the thing. But so the store manager goes, okay, I'm having a really good month, and my sales are up, my margin is looking really good. I can start doing some markdowns and clearing some shelves. So I'm going to, look at my markdown list that the company has authorized. I'm going to mark down this much stuff, and they're allowed to do that. But they also know that if I mark down so much stuff and I sell it all, I'm losing margin money. So I got to watch that number. That's why a Walmart manager makes a couple $100,000 a year, because he's watching those numbers. Not because he's selling good groceries or anything. It's because he's controlling the profits of one store.
Sure. Yeah, I understand that completely.
So that's that. Is what it is, but the glitch community gets crazy. I got myself involved in a discussion. There was a lady that had walked in and she saw somebody posted an error, or had a KitchenAid mixer, and for some reason there was a $5 price on it. So she grabs everyone on the shelf, so it's like 6 of them, and goes up front and sits in line. And of course they don't ring up that. So she starts pitching a bitch, and the whole community. This thing is, and the thread there was probably 50 people in there posting, you go girl, you got it, they got to sell it to you. And I tried to inject just a hair of common sense. And I said, they're not going to sell them to you. They're not going to take that big of a hit.
Unless you're in Michigan, the one state with that funky law, then you could probably help them to that.
Michigan's a little different. So, but I told her, I said, they're not going to sell it to you. And you would have thought I killed Kennedy. It was, oh yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And I'm just like, oh my God. And so I was watching, because she was doing this as a live thread, and of course they didn't sell it to her. And then she goes, I'm going to get the manager involved. The manager walks in and goes, no, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
And he basically just turned around and walked away, and they're like, you need to sue, you need to call corporate. And I'm like, corporate's going to go, yeah, we're going to do that.
Sure.
They don't care. They don't have to. Like I said, Michigan's a little weird with the fining and all kinds of strange things. But when I worked in retail, if we had an error, we would walk up. If that person walked up with one item, 99% of the time they would get it for that price. You walk up with the entire cartload and you stick everyone off the shelf. You might get one, but more than likely you're going to get the, sorry, have a nice day.
Yeah. You know,
don't be a jackass.
It kind of reminds me of when I worked in the retail and the computer business. I remember one day we were cleaning out the laptop room, and there were these laptops that had been sitting there for a real long time. They were like old demo units and stuff. And I'm like, why don't we get rid of these? And he's like, we can't because they're in the system for like $2 or $3 grand. But yet the actual value, if we were to just sell it to the public, its value was only like $200. And he's like, I can't take a hit like that. So they would just sit there forever.
And that was a manager that, knew that, like Eric was explaining earlier, which and you obviously understand that too, but I think the general public doesn't understand. Then when that manager's store gets inventory the next month or the next quarter, he's going to take, if he sells 10 of those computers that were $2 grand or whatever, he just took a $20,000 loss on his inventory. He's got to make up for that somewhere else with profit on other items, or else he looks less profitable, which affects his salary or his year-end bonus.
Somebody like that will probably take one a month or one every 6 weeks and slide it out there and take one hit.
Well, no, you know what ended up happening because it started to build up. When the next GM came in, he wouldn't take the position until those were liquidated out.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was always a big joke. Whenever you change a store manager, you're going to have a bad inventory.
Yeah.
Because they're going to write off all the stuff that should have been written off that was never caught. They're going to get rid of all the damages, all the theft that was hidden because a bad store manager didn't want to take those hits on his financials. He's kind of messing with his financials. And so every new store manager walks in there and goes, I'm not going to take responsibility for the next inventory because I have no idea what happened.
He was patenting
as a company,
essentially.
Yeah, as a company for Ollie's, a corporate position was you are not responsible until you have one solid inventory of your own, where it's your business. Because I can't blame you for something that happened 6 months ago and you just took over the store. So that's how we always ran it. I was responsible because it's my job to monitor that stuff. But I didn't control personnel. I could only say this guy's not doing his pounds, or I'm finding a lot of damages that aren't being written off. But if the store manager doesn't do it and the district manager doesn't back me up, which doesn't happen very often, but every now and then you get that where you got a buddy system going on. I'm like, all right, you guys are going to take the hit. I've told my boss I'm covered. You deal with it. 6 months later, they're firing that store manager because he sucks, and the district manager's got to eat a little crow because he tried to protect the guy.
I think the funniest thing to me though was when Target did that, like last Christmas or Christmas before. We limit and then people were so up in arms and pissed off about it. It's like, okay, number one, the store, like you said, stores have the right to limit quantities. Trust me, that's written somewhere into there, and it doesn't even have to be written into there somewhere. But if you read nobody ever reads the fine print on a sales circular either. Yeah. I mean, I guarantee you somewhere in every sales circular, whether it's Publix or Walmart or whatever, that it says we have the right to reserve quantities, and people are getting so pissy. But at the same time, it was like, okay, y'all have taken advantage of the system for so many years. Not saying that doing retail arbitrage is taking advantage of it, but people were taking advantage in other different ways. How did you not think that was ever going to be figured out by corporate? It's kind of like the glitch group. They're going in there and talking about this and that and the other, and it's like, okay, at some point, Walmart's going to catch on to all this, and they're going to change their policy, and you have nobody to blame but yourself. But they're going to act all surprised if Walmart ever changes a policy that eliminates these glitches or whatever.
Yeah, well, because really, if you followed the reseller groups and when Target did that change, it was like, oh my God, you can't scan an item in your store; they'll throw you out of the store. And I'm like, Target has that right. They don't have to, you never have to serve anybody. I hate to say it, but the customer is really never right in a store, from a store situation. Whether or not the store decides to take care of a customer, that's up to them, and that's good customer service.
Well, I don't think a lot of people understand. Yes, it's a public store, but it's private property. It's ultimately private property. And unless you have laws in your state, like Michigan has a funky law we discovered the other day. But unless you have laws like that, you don't have a right to anything.
Nope. Yeah, there's many times I've invited people out of a store and say, you know what, you're not the type of customer we want to have. Have a nice day. And they freak out. You have to. I'm like, dude, I don't have to do anything. You have to leave. Otherwise, I'm going to call the cops and you're going to get arrested. Doesn't bother me one way or the other. You know, but that's not good customer service, so you don't do it very often. But every now and then you get a jackass for a customer. I don't need to see you here. You know, don't come back. But yeah, you can't, if you're into retail arb and stuff like that, that's fine. But don't fight with the store because you're never going to win.
Yeah.
I have to see one more ass. That's what I'm doing.
Say what?
I said if I have to see one more ass, that's what I'm doing.
Oh, I could have pulled it down and gave you plumber's crack.
Oh, I seen full ass the other day.
Oh, you were talking about, yeah, I heard your story the other day.
Yeah, her blind date showed up with his full ass hanging out. So
I just went over there, went back to the back and pulled something out of a toad. I thought you were talking about mine.
That's funny.
Dusty.
Yeah, I listened to y'all's show on the way back from Tennessee. Y'all kept me entertained that morning. I listened to it after the show.
That's
and Larry
good.
Lafferty, how do you not know what type of damn boots you wore in the Navy?
He didn't wear boots. He wore dress shoes. That's what he told me.
We didn't march on the ship, and my favorite comment was, I think it was Valerie goes, "Yeah, it's kind of hard to do. You fall off the end of the boat." I was driving, Tristan was sleeping, and I'm just laughing. And she looks up, she's like, "Why are you laughing?" I'm like, oh crap! I asked Larry's not even here to defend himself.
So you heard my boot story then?
Yeah, I saw the boots with the whatever brand sole, which
Oh,
I
cool.
learned something from that. I mean, I didn't know that particular sole. Was it the sole that made them worth more, do you think?
Yeah, the sole has the name on it, and that name was worth more.
Goodyear.
You know,
Goodyear Wingfoot.
Wingfoot, that was the key. Was Wingfoot.
when I was sick, me and Jessica were watching a bit of one of the shows, and Larry was on, and he was saying something. I forgot what it was, but Jessica starts yelling at the TV. She's like, "Google it! Google it!" What's wrong with this? I'm laughing my ass off. And she's a quiet girl, you know. It was like out of nowhere. Google it.
It was kind of cool to find out all that information about that guy, though.
Oh, I missed that part of it. Did you pull up his name and social and all that?
Oh, yeah. Okay, the name that's on the inside of the boot is printed on the inside of the boot, okay?
Right,
on both boots
I remember you
with a
saying
number. Every time I pulled that name, another name came up. Like an alias.
Right.
So I started researching the alias name. Alias name came up with all kinds of information. There's an actual Find a Grave website. Do you know about this? Where if you put in somebody's name, you can find out where they're buried.
Yeah.
Well, I did that, and it came up. He's buried in Florida. And this is off of 2 different sites because I went to a military website also and got some information. So he was when he died in Vietnam. He was there for
Hold on, you're glitching out. I caught he was when he died.
Okay, he was 21 years old.
Wow.
In Vietnam, he was there for 13 days.
Wow.
And
that sucks.
He saved his group or whatever that he was with, almost like a Forrest Gump story. he didn't know he was injured until he was done saving people. He got the Purple Heart, the Silver Star, and the Bronze Star. And
But he obviously died. He died during combat, so they gave him all that like posthumously.
He died in 1968.
So see, that's where, and I don't know if y'all talked about this or not, but that's where, like on military stuff, if you put named, N-A-M-E-D, in your title, and then go into a little detail in your description, there's people, you can take like a uniform shirt from Vietnam, named versus unnamed, huge difference, especially with what that guy did, all the valor and stuff that he had. That definitely, I mean, you just added big bucks probably to those boots. If you put named in your title, and then put like, here's what I found on the following person. And
I was going to, well, I did. I put in the listing, I wrote his information,
right,
and history, and I will send you the information. I don't want to put it in the listing because that's kind of like a free-for-all.
I would put it in the listing, and I would actually that's a pair of boots I would probably run at auction.
Yeah, and you could, well, what you can do too is just make sure, please see picture for his, for the actual name of the person. And you can do it with being kind of vague-ish if you want to do it that way. I wouldn't really hesitate. I mean, I find a lot of history stuff like the rocket scientists and all that kind of crap. And I'll put a little brief paragraph. It doesn't bother me if they're deceased. Even if they're not, sometimes I will.
Well, you got to remember, you're talking almost 50 years ago. In history, it's not really personal anymore.
Well, I had some Huntsville High School yearbooks from like the 1950s, 1960s, came out of a storage unit, and I actually put these belong to so and so, whatever, and I had them listed for about 2 weeks, and I got a message. A guy goes, "Hey, these were my dad's, these are my dad's 2 yearbooks. Unfortunately there was a family situation and we lost the storage unit," which I already knew that because the guy that I bought the stuff out of the storage unit from told me he had already been dealing with the family. Apparently one of the daughters was on like crack and let everything go, but there was a son as well who was a wealthy business owner here, and he was trying his best to get everything back. So my buddy that bought the storage unit was like, "Yeah, I'll sell you the stuff back. I'll make you a really good deal because of that, because of your story, and that's really sad." The guy offered to pay me for the yearbooks, and I ended up getting his phone number. It turns out I actually knew him but didn't know him from something else, but he owns a couple chain of restaurants here. And he gave me his address, and I went up on his front doorstep and handed him the 2 yearbooks and said, "Here you go." And he goes, "Let me pay you something." And I said, "No." I said, "I've got him out of a lot of stuff, and I said, I really have nothing in them, and I'm just glad to be able to return your dad's yearbooks to you."
That's
of course,
cool.
He said, "Anytime you're in my restaurant, come look me up. Deal's on me." And I haven't done that. I need to someday, though. Take him up on that free meal. But that was an instance where I don't know how he found him on eBay. I don't know. Maybe he was searching his dad's name, but I had mentioned the name and showed the picture of, these were originally issued to Bobby Smith, at the 7th grade or whatever. So that's kind of cool. I know there's a lot of people always ask, would you try to find the owner? Would you try to, I'm going to tell you right now, Tristan gets really sentimental when it comes to estate or storage unit or whatever. I maybe was like that the first year or two.
You kind of grow out of that.
You can't chase everybody down. You just got to realize, hey, I'm putting it out there for sale. If they find it, they find it. If that bothers you big time, then maybe this isn't the right business for you, or you shouldn't be buying stuff from estate sales,
Yeah, you figure most of the stuff that we do buy is from deceased people. Usually.
Right. Larry, wake up.
He's on the bus.
He made a BEERUN beer run.
Now I'm picturing those 2 guys from like the Cannonball Run. Remember the one guy that would stutter?
That was Mel Tillis.
Ah, there we go.
Oh my gosh! Speaking of like history and military and stuff, Tristan and I actually watched 2 movies last night. The first one was The Girl on the Train. It's interesting, really dark. I wouldn't really recommend it. But we watched that Denial, the one where it's based on a true story from the 1990s, where one author sued another author, and it went to court in the UK over whether or not the Holocaust ever happened.
Oh, wow.
I don't remember that even being in the news. I kind of remember it being a thing. I think it went to trial in 2000. In like 94, it went to trial in 2000. Fascinating movie. Really, really, really good movie. That's what's weird. It's like those boots, Sally. You find yourself going down. I love that kind of stuff. I hated history in high school, but the more you start researching, then you end up on Find a Grave, and then you end up on some, Vietnam veterans website. I find it absolutely fascinating. But if back in high school, I would have hated crap like that.
Like that too.
Jim said, I can't get on because Larry's not here, but he's taking up a seat.
Kick him, Val. Oh, Valerie's not there either.
Oh.
Let's see.
1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 10 people in here. Time to utilize that eject button. You can't put your coat on your chair on the bus when the bus is full.
That's great.
Either.
Let me message Valerie real quick.
They all log in and then they go on mute and go away. I've got put you guys on snooze.
What's snooze?
Well, in the morning I could be sleeping and I get this weird sound from my phone saying, "You've been invited to a hangout." I'm sleeping. Leave me alone. So I put it on.
I shouldn't say that. It shouldn't say that. It shouldn't invite you.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I get nothing.
Today I got 17 times.
All I get is a notice saying that from the YouTube subscription, an email saying Chick Picker is going live or something like that. But that's
yeah.
I have push notifications turned off on everything on my phone. Like Messenger.
Yeah.
It'll ask you about once every 2 days. Do you want to turn on notifications for Facebook Messenger? I'm like, no. For 3 years, I've hit no.
Yeah.
Valerie's back.
I had Hangouts on my cell phone, so I think I'm going to have to delete it.
Hey, Valerie, can you kick Larry for now?
Yeah.
So we can get Jim on? Okay.
I feel like we're trading cards.
I think Larry and
Craig is not on either.
For Jim.
Somebody just traded an ace for a joker.
Well,
all I know is if this was like dodgeball, I'd be last.
Me too.
Larry's gonna come back and watch before Jim can get in here. Larry's gonna come back and go, "Why did I get kicked out? What the hell? I don't know."
You got the boot.
He's gonna be blowing up.
Get your buddy
blowing up Valerie's Facebook.
Sorry,
Yep.
Larry.
I mean, right now he's doing his bus thing, so he's not even home.
I thought.
No, I think he's.
How does he do the bus thing at noon?
He has kids he takes home because he's probably running half days on school. So.
Yeah.
He said that he goes at like 12 to like 12:30, 12:45. He runs a bus route. So.
Now, do you want Larry driving your children?
What the hell? No way.
He's there with his can of Schlitz. Come on in.
Hella funny though. He's goofy as hell.
He's not here, so we can screw with him a little bit. So
if he wasn't goofy,
that's the danger of walking away.
He is funny. I love how he throws his head back and laughs.
Yeah.
He has a belly laugh. I think Jim does the same thing. Jim, if you get really tickled, you have a belly laugh, which to me is the funniest kind of laugh because it makes me laugh.
Yeah.
We're
It's
back to
funny
Hollywood
how
Squares.
it's funny when you make fun and when you're razzing him, and then he's like, "Huh? What's going on?" You know?
Yeah. He
Yeah,
completely just was there.
Sometimes he's in like a daze, and then all of a sudden you say Larry, and he's like, ah.
I like him. He's funny.
I like the one where somebody thought they knew him from Virginia, and it really had him going.
Oh, yeah.
I just couldn't quite figure that one out.
And then Sally goes, "Oh God, I need a drink." That was my favorite show, I think, the other morning. Y'all were cracking me up. Definitely makes the drive a lot shorter. I mean, because it was a 3-hour drive, but it seemed like nothing. Because y'all, it was like having friends there, just kind of listening to this show.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden, I realized I didn't know what interstate I was on.
Oops.
I was on the 840 bypass or something like that going around Nashville, and I thought I was on 65, and I was like, "Oh, what the hell? It's like Franklin and Brentwood, and why am I not recognizing any of this?" So I had to stop the show and pull up my maps. I'm like, "Why the hell?" Like, I realized I'd been so into listening to the show that I didn't realize even where I'd been for the last like 30 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
The old autopilot.
All right, we're supposed to get snow.
I got snow last night. We got about 3 inches.
They said you're supposed to get a couple inches of snow, Dusty.
Well, they said the model's too far out, because the problem with like Alabama weather is everything comes out of like Texas and out of the Gulf, and that can change in an instant, so you can't really predict a week in advance accurately. I think Craig's in Birmingham. The last I had heard, he maybe ended up getting it worse because I think it was going to hit more central Alabama than north. Let's see.
Yeah, my daughter is in North Carolina, and she said she's supposed to be getting some snow.
I said Carrie.
And of course, she said that they completely shut the whole town down. Probably the whole state, for that matter.
There's a meteorologist out of Birmingham that's been, and Craig would be familiar with him, named James Spann, and he's been like active for 30 years, and the guy is amazing. I mean, he probably should have gone on to national news years ago, but he just loves what he does, and he can predict. I mean, he saved a lot of lives with tornadoes and stuff like that. He's really good at reading the models and all that. But our local news guy up here is a young kid that's probably my age, maybe a few years younger, and he actually trained under that meteorologist. But you watch some of the other news channels, they're meteorologists, and it's like they don't have a clue. It's like they might as well just read off some script somewhere versus a meteorologist that actually knows how. Like this, the guy in Birmingham, that James Spann guy, is so nerdy that he has like his own weather blog, and he sits there and like screen shares different models from different things and talks about troughs and peaks and like really cool. But he's like total weather nerd.
That's somebody that loves their job, though.
Huh?
I said that's somebody that loves their job. You know,
Exactly.
they're just so into it, and it's a passion.
Hey, Dusty, guess what my wife just made me?
What she made you? A crochet
What she just made me? No, a sandwich.
Sandwich.
That's a good one.
Sandwich.
I'm making a crochet
You're
hat.
being a good boy, Jim.
No, I can't tell her to get in the kitchen and make me a sandwich because she already did.
Okay, so actually,
So you've been married how long? You finally got her trained a little bit?
Yeah, finally.
Okay, so actually, as of this morning's update with our local meteorologist, they're saying it's not going to be a blizzard. We're going to get 1.5 inches, but then it's going to stay really cold. Or no, not 1.5 inches, 1 to 2 inches. You know, the nice thing about it here is, and I've said that before, you know, everybody laughs and people can't drive on it. Okay, I'm going to tell you, we can drive on it. We drive big-ass redneck four-wheel drive through mud. Trust me, we can drive through snow and ice. The biggest problem is we don't have the equipment. So if you get any kind of icing with that, you know, we don't really have salt trucks. We have some gravel trucks. But, you know, we're not equipped. We don't have salt trucks. We have one or two snow plows for the whole city that kind of keep the, you know, the interstates and main roads going. There might be more than that. But, you know, I think it's exciting because you know that if you get a couple inches, you might as well just don't even try to go anywhere. Go get your chili, your stuff to make chili. Go get your beer. Go get your firewood. You know, if you're the milk and bread person, which I've never understood that, what the hell are you going to do with milk and bread? Make French toast? I mean, seriously. We don't drink that much milk anyhow. Why the hell do we need milk, you know? But it's kind of exciting because you know that it's automatically going to be a snow day. You know, the cars on the road out front of our house are going to kind of cut down to next to nothing. It's going to be quiet when you walk outside, and it's just, I don't know.
Are they like using like leaf blowers to get the snow off their sidewalks and stuff?
Leaf?
Yeah, it works great. Get it off your car.
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. Use a heavy-duty leaf blower and you blow the snow off your car. Unless it's wet snow, then it doesn't blow off.
I have one of those huge still leaf blowers that you have to put on like a backpack, and yeah, it works great for snow removal.
Yep.
I hate when it doesn't get blowed off.
Okay, so listen to this. Here's some nerdy weather blog stuff. The other issue, this is the guy talking about tomorrow's forecast. The other issue is the liquid to snow ratio. Climatology, normal or average for North Alabama is about 8-to-1, which is 8, and I didn't know this, 8 inches of snow from 1 inch of rain. The Arctic air will increase that ratio to something to the neighborhood of 20-to-1, 20 inches of snow from 1 inch of rain. That's interesting.
I don't know. When you went into science, I sort of blanked out.
Well, you know, it's funny, being that I don't travel much, I get all my info from movies. And I always thought places like Alabama were just always like every time you see them in the movies, it's like the big plantation houses and like everybody's like always sweating. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's how I always envisioned it until I talked to you.
Yeah, we got rid of slavery.
I don't mean slavery.
No, I mean, it depends on where you are. If you get into rural, we were looking at houses the other night and just showing real estate to each other in our area. And there's these, I was doing a screen share, and there's these big old, there's still these, you know, there's big plantation houses still, you know, still left here. Weren't necessarily from slavery. Like Huntsville specifically had a lot of cotton mills. So our plantation, antebellum style houses were more from the people that ran the cotton mills, that type of stuff. You know, I'm sure there was slavery because the cotton had to come from somewhere, and that was probably done, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, this town was specifically, Birmingham was built really big on the steel industry. And if you look at like North Birmingham, or Craig's not in North Birmingham, but he's down there. But if you look at North Birmingham, you find a lot of those big antebellum houses. Those were owned by the higher ups in the steel industry. But yeah, if you get out into the country, you know, a lot of that is more, you see a lot of that more in Georgia than you probably do Alabama.
Okay.
You know, and a lot of those areas, you know, especially out in the middle of nowhere, a lot of those areas just died, you know, and the little towns disappeared when those industries disappeared. But
hey, you want to see plantation? Go to Savannah, Georgia.
Savannah, yeah.
I lived there once.
Maybe for that guy's really.
Really?
My
Yeah, I
father-in-law.
lived in Savannah. I was only a year old, but I lived there. Always wanted to go back.
I was in Virginia. That's the other place I lived going down south.
My daughter, she said the next time that North Carolina, they're going to try and, it's only about 4 hours away. So we're going to try and make a trip of it and go down to Savannah. And I think that would be so awesome. I'm sure the apartment that my mother lived in and my dad lived in, I'm sure that's not there anymore. It may be, I don't know. But I'm sure that, you know, the town has expanded. there's a lot more of it.
I've been as far south as Nags Head, North Carolina. That's about it.
The only thing that made me laugh in Virginia, we were in right near Richmond, and it was a very high-end area where the houses went for $2 million. They did have a McDonald's, but you walked in there and they had buffet cases with fancy dishes in it. They served McDonald's on plates if you were eating in. And I'm like,
it's bad when you're eating McDonald's with a knife and fork.
Yeah, they served everything with a plate. They gave you on a tray, a really nice tray, and they put a glass plate, and they put your McDonald's on there with your fries on the side. I was like, what? I asked my husband, "You sure this is McDonald's?" You're walking in with beans and everything's fancy.
My biggest memory of the South down there, I don't remember if I was in Alabama or Arkansas, but one of those, I was in the back roads and I saw a dollar store and it said, layaway now available for Christmas. I couldn't believe everything. Nothing over $1, it said on the window, and then it said, we now offer layaway for Christmas. I was like, what?
Damn. So that had to have been Alabama.
I know they say people down in the South are more poor, but that's ridiculous.
But when people say, well, Canada and U.S. is the same, it is a culture shock when you move to the U.S. It is a lot different than Canada. People-wise, store-wise, everything, the way they look at history, it is a lot different. What drove me nuts, my husband's from the South. He's from Kentucky, Southern Kentucky. And what was shocked me is the first time I was here and we were staying at his brother's, and we're going to the grocery store and he opens the door because the person's passing. And he waits and people are passing and he's smiling and saying, you're welcome. And you're welcome. I said, okay. You can let go of the door now. He says, no, there's people passing. 20 minutes. It's just the way that people are raised here. Yeah.
Now down south, they still have like those little mom and pop stores where you could like go in and like you have a tab that you pay like once a month or stuff like that.
Probably in extreme rural areas.
Okay.
Not. I'm trying to think. Not any that I know of. My dad's grocery store was in kind of a rural. It was about 45 minutes outside of Birmingham, and it's a pretty rural area. And when he bought it in 1992-ish, that system was kind of already in place, so the people kind of expected it. And he kept it on for a while, but kind of phased it out a little bit, especially when he figured out half the people were deadbeats and never going to pay. He phased it out fairly quickly.
Very quick.
Yeah.
Fishing and Picking was saying the same thing. Some McDonald's here have wait staff. Some Hardee's have stages for bands to play. And that's
Hardee's?
Yeah, it's no joke. Virginia's like, McDonald's is a fancy restaurant.
Oh man, don't even talk about Hardee's. Now you're making me hungry. There's no Hardee's anywhere near me, and I love those.
Dude, we laugh about Hardee's here. The only people that eat at Hardee's in Alabama are the old men, and they go in because they get free coffee and they get a biscuit in the morning. They sit there all day.
Yeah.
Hardee's is really good, but it's so expensive. One thing I miss from, I know I said it before, but one thing I miss from driving truck is the Waffle Houses. I used to love those.
Oh.
I love Waffle House.
They have a lot of them in Missouri here. We're passing them every 10 minutes.
I like them too, but my husband won't go in them.
Why?
Because he did it in Florida and he almost got robbed. He said they're always like,
oh no.
Well, that's just Florida.
Pretty sad when you think about it, you know, 'cause you can get like smothered and covered hash browns and stuff, and you're gonna spend like $4. I mean, I don't think Waffle House is a place to be robbing people.
I don't know. Well, maybe it's a Florida thing, but We go to Florida, and I swear every year we get hit up for money on the way home. Like we get hit up every year at a gas station or something, and they'll be like, "Oh, we don't want no money. Just just put gas in my car for me." Every time we come back, we get hit up at least once. So you get north of Georgia, then you're all right.
The last time I was in a Waffle House, which was like 2 months ago, I pulled napkins out of the napkin holder on the table there, and ants must have colonized in there because hundreds of them came pouring out. It was disgusting. But you know what? 2 days later, I was like, "Hey, babe, you want to go eat at Waffle House?" So
Food must have been all right.
I love it. She can't stand it, but the thing is I really like to go diarrhea, so Waffle House works for me.
That's a lot of fiber.
No, that would be Crystals, which if you don't have Crystals, it's the southern version.
Yeah.
Southern version of White Castles, but they're greasier, and they are literally like get a sack full and expect to like maybe make it home to the bathroom.
I love White Castle.
Yeah.
White Castle is something though you have to train your stomach to eat. I can eat White Castle all day long; it doesn't bother me. But I had a friend of mine said, "Oh, I've heard about White Castle." I'm like, "Have you never had it?" Like, no. I said, "Well, you should try it." And they went and they got like 8 White Castles and ate them, and like 2 hours later, they're calling me, and they were like lying on the floor because their stomach is just flip-flopping everywhere. I'm like, dude, you're not even to the pain yet. Wait, you call me tomorrow, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm like, why did you eat so many? He's like, well, they're small. I thought I could eat a lot. I said, you got to work up to White Castles, man.
It's like if Miralax was a protein. That's it.
Yeah, you just can't put into something like that. You got to work on it. I mean, and really, if you think about a lot of regional foods like that, you just can't hop right onto the bandwagon and expect not to have some sort of weird issue with it. So,
White Castle, you got to put that really big thing until that movie came out. Before that, nobody even really heard of them.
White Castle is a big St. Louis thing. That's where I used to get them at.
Yeah.
Then they started to work their way east and came out here. And then same thing with Steak and Shake.
Mm-hmm.
Why is everyone talking about all these foods that like I can't eat because they're nowhere near here?
I don't like Steak and Shake because everything on the menu is beef except for chicken fingers.
Yeah.
They don't even have a chicken burger.
Their fries are not very good either.
No, their fries are soft.
Okay, good chili.
They do make a good chili.
Yeah, I know chili. It's got the beef in it.
No, you were bad last night. I don't talk to you. Yeah, I don't care. You don't get to steal snacks like that. Yeah.
Well, he did it, hey?
Yeah, I know. You sorry? Sure.
So what, was that opened up like a damage thing so you have the money?
All right, I'll run you a little bit. Come here.
Yeah, but wouldn't you have already... Oh, because they refunded you, so you have to refund him.
Yeah, he
Oh,
That's better.
I think throw at it.
Turn off the lights to go to bed, and someone jumps up on the counter where she's not allowed to and knocks off her snack container and busts it open on the floor. And I just literally turned the lights off and was walking down the hallway, and I hear it. And she is like full face into this pile of snack. I got her house beat last night. Yeah. Yeah, we don't play that game. No snacks for you for a while. You're too fat.
I got him.
I know. Pot.
I got God.
On it.
I was typing the same thing, but then I seen Dusty's come up, so I said, oh, she probably got it now. Dusty,
My husband left.
You're freaking me out.
What?
My
Turn
husband.
my head around backwards. It's freaking me out.
We took the full hat off, so it's now being controlled by the government anyways.
What's that?
Wait,
Your mannequin head.
Your mannequin head is like googly eyes staring at
and
you.
Eric's holding a cat.
I gotta get somewhere I can.
You know what's funny though? I think there's kind of a misconception. I was thinking about that because we were talking about rednecks and poor people and all that. I just pulled up the chart for the median household income by state, and I think there's kind of Alabama's got a reputation, and unfortunately, a lot of it I think is Confederate flag related because we are one of those states where you get a lot of people that do that kind of crap, but I blame that for it anyhow. But it's kind of funny if you look at the median household income by state. Alabama's not even near the. I mean, we're middle. Well, I'm not going to say we're near the middle, but if you look at the median household income by state, it's really not whatever. I've always said it's funny in the South. Everybody from Tennessee thinks everybody from Alabama is a redneck. Everybody from Mississippi thinks everybody from Alabama is a redneck. And everybody from Alabama thinks everybody from Tennessee is a redneck. And if you go like that trip to Tennessee, it was rural Tennessee where we were at this last week. And it was like walking into the Walmart was like, oh my God, don't ever talk to me about Alabama again. These people are just backwoods country. I mean, good people, but just some crazy people. And it's just, I don't know, I think it's anywhere you go. I think you could go to any state. Like where are you at, Jason? Pennsylvania?
Yep.
Like you could probably go out in the sticks in Pennsylvania and find a whole lot of
Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, there's rednecks.
Yep. You know what I think?
We got our rednecks here too.
A lot might have to do with actually dating back to even like the Civil War times. Even in general, the South was always thought of as like fairly poor because when you watch a lot of these movies and stuff, you'll see that like they couldn't afford uniforms and they'd be without shoes and stuff. I don't know. And I think it's maybe progressed from there up to people always thinking like for the South for some reason is like.
Well, I think the state was long. I think the state was probably longer in progressing in a lot of things, and that's why because a lot of it's still so fresh. I mean, especially when you look at like segregation and stuff. I mean, unfortunately, this state continued that crap into the into the 1960s, almost even the 70s, and there's still some of that exists. There's still some racism. There's still some stuff, which kind of overall makes the whole state look kind of backwoods. But I mean, if you take I'm trying to think of some, for instance, if you take the Panhandle of Florida, I mean, you got a lot of tourism there, but if you get off the beaten path, I mean, there's some serious rednecks in that whole. I mean, they're not going to be on the beach because that's all condos and people that have money or whatever. But there's some really rednecky parts of Florida, and a lot of poverty.
I think it's like that everywhere. I mean, even in Jersey, you got like the Pine Barrens, and up here you got anything north of the Poconos or anything further west. I mean, I think all states really have their areas.
Even Canada has rednecks. We call them newfies.
Newfies?
Newfies. They're basically anybody that came from Newfoundland, Nunavut, that area. We call them newfies, but it's our version of rednecks.
Like Trailer Park Boys?
Yeah.
Like the TV show?
Yeah. They all hang around James Bay, that area. They all work on the James Bay or on the fishing boats. They all have 25 guns in their house and a dog in their pickup.
Oh, that sounds like where I'm at. Up here, you got 100 guns in your house.
Yeah. That's our newfies.
But you also, sitting here looking at the, the median household income, you also have to take into account the cost of living is a lot cheaper here. So let's say that I made $40,000 a year, I probably wouldn't survive in New Hampshire or Alaska on $40,000 a year.
Or St. Louis.
Those are the two states that are at the top of the list in 2015. Or Maryland, Connecticut, D.C., Minnesota, New Jersey, Massachusetts. I'm going down the list, but $40,000 a year here would go a long way.
I think also a lot has to do with that, like most of the industrial revolution and all that kind of stuff was all up here, so all your factories and lots of people being employed all the time.
Right.
That had a lot to do with it. It's really where the jobs are and how much those jobs are paying, I guess, at the end of the day. Oh no, we got another cat in the audience. I mean, in the audience, in the panel.
On the panel.
And even looking at real estate, so $1,000 a month here where I live specifically will get you a nice, you know, as far as a mortgage or whatever, would get you a nice $150,000 will get you a nice ass house here, get you a 4-bedroom, whatever, in a good neighborhood with good school systems. But you take $150,000 and you go to California, I mean, you might be able to buy a rundown condo for that, you know, in parts of California. But it's interesting, you know, Dana just moved from, where was he? North Hollywood, I think. But, you know, he just moved from a more of a metropolitan area to a very rural area. And when he was showing me where he lived, we were in a hangout one day and I was like, oh, let me do, because I find it fascinating to look at other people's areas. I was like, let me do a, one of those Google Street Views. And we were going up the mountain and I was looking at what kind of retail he'd have as far as, you know, sourcing for thrifting. And it's a nice area, but at the same time, it reminded me a lot of like rural Alabama. Yeah. So, you know, even in a state like California, you have a lot of rural areas with a lot of, you know, country people. So not the saying that he lives in a country people area, but you know what I mean? You know, you have that everywhere. I think it's just more of a misconception maybe. Not misconception, but it's more of a perception that that's all there is here sometimes. It's a gorgeous state. It's, you know, we live extreme North Huntsville, or North Alabama, but like where Craig lives, center of the state. I mean, you average in the winter, you average 55, you know, probably 55, almost 60 degrees. It's not the winter, but you get and that's why it's exciting when you get the occasional snow, because it's really not winter without cold. But I mean, you almost don't have to. I own one winter coat, and I wear it maybe 3 or 4 times a year. You know, you got a great climate, you got a lot of pine trees, so it's not, I can't stand it when all the leaves fall and there's nothing on the trees. To me, it's depressing. But with pine trees and evergreens, you know, you get you still have some greenery, you know. I don't know. I like it. Like I said, I grew up in Missouri, never thought I'd see myself living here. That was just kind of something that happened with my dad and his job, and I wouldn't go back now. I wouldn't go back to Missouri. I wouldn't move back there. I don't care if my grandmother or some cousin or whatever left me a big old house on a lake in Missouri. I wouldn't move back. I'd move back long enough to sell the house and get out of there. You know, it's just, I don't know.
Now, for those of us who are like map challenged, how far is Missouri? Like, where's Missouri in relation to Alabama?
You got Mississippi next door to us, Louisiana, and then Arkansas is kind of above that, and Missouri. It's okay. For me to get to Missouri, it's about 10 hours.
10 hours, okay.
Unless you're Eric, then it's like 7 hours. Apparently, he drives really fast.
Oh yeah, on those roads you can drive real fast. I used to drive from. I lived in Little Rock, Arkansas. Missouri was about 3 hours north of me, where I had my stores at there. But I could actually drive down to Auburn, Alabama, and it took me 12 hours to make that drive. So it just kind of depends on where you're going in Missouri. I mean, there's parts of Missouri for me though that were, you know, every bit of 7 hours away because it's laid out. Missouri, you know, northern Missouri, northwest Missouri, from where I was at, was a drive.
Yeah, and depends the whole highway too, because some of the highways you can hit 70 miles an hour. You can get 73 with no hassle.
I mean, I can hit the boot hill of Missouri in probably 5 hours.
Yeah, but getting longest drive I think I ever took was driving across the bottom half of Missouri from Cape Girardeau and Poplar Bluff all the way to Fayetteville, Arkansas. I decided to drive go on the bottom of Missouri, go through the lakes area down there. That was horrible because everybody was doing 60 miles an hour. You just couldn't go very fast.
That was the part of, you talk about the lakes like Branson, Springfield. See, I grew up in Springfield, Joplin, that area. You know, the other difference is people in the South just drive fast. Speed limits are kind of like a guideline.
Yeah, they're a suggestion.
They're a suggestion. And once you hit a state like Missouri, it's my sister, every time she's gone back over the last 20 years to visit Missouri, she gets a speeding ticket every single time. And I'm like, well, what were you doing? She's like, well, I was going 75 and a 60 because it was the interstate. And I'm like,
I used to laugh because I had stores in Memphis, Tennessee, and Little Rock is 2 hours away from Memphis. But I could make it so fast because you get on 40 between Little Rock and Memphis, and 90 miles an hour is what you have to go to keep up with traffic. It is, but if you got a car that actually tracks you could take a nap between Memphis and Arkansas and not ever steer your car. It is one flat, straight ass road, And so everybody does it. There's nothing but rice paddies on either side, so it's all,
We got Memphis to Little Rock.
Yeah.
Out on 40, it's the most boring drive.
Oh my God, yeah. But like I said, that's why everybody does 90, because you fall asleep otherwise.
Right.
But yeah, I used to make that trip about once a week. And then 40 from Memphis to Nashville is actually kind of nice because it's kind of a swoopy, hilly drive.
That's what I was driving. I was driving on 40. That's where I was coming out of Nashville going west. It's not a very safe highway.
No.
I think they're known for having a lot of, and it was interesting to watch the guardrails driving through there. I mean, big chunks going out of guardrails. It was a little frightening.
It's a swoopy road, so you're doing a lot of this type of stuff over the hills and stuff. So it's not, you don't have great visibility, and you get a traffic jam. Someone comes over top of the hill, they're running off the side of the road. So, but Nashville's nice. I could live in Nashville. Because I had stores in Murfreesboro, which is a very high end part of Nashville, but even down in McMinnville and Tullahoma?
Tullahoma, Lynchburg, Shelbyville.
Yeah, I had a store in Tullahoma and I had a store in McMinnville, and those are very nice little areas. But those are kind of out in the boonies.
They're out in the boonies. That's the kind of towns, like when we kind of go exploring or whatever. I love getting up into that part of kind of south of Nashville, that part of rural Tennessee, because there's some really neat little towns that'll be full of junk stores and antique stores. And
Tullahoma is good. McMinnville I'd avoid because really the only thing that's there is a prison. That's what
Sally has a cat on the side of her head. Okay, and you got to move back. The cat's not following you.
Meow.
It's a good look for you, Sally. You should wear that all the time. Sally's practicing being a furry.
Woof.
There we go.
Rough, just the way your mother likes it. Here we go.
Oh no. Oh God. It's that demented clown.
You're a scary clown, Dusty.
It's Pennywise. That's it. Pennywise the clown.
Where's the eye patch? There we go. Arrgh!
Now he's the guy from Dodgeball.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's so pretty.
It was like number 2 from Austin Powers,
I've always wanted a monocle.
You want to be Monopoly guy?
Ooh.
That'd be kind of fun.
Oh, look, I'm Jim Bennett. Now I'm Neil.
Looks like
Now
here's
Neil. Dude, I'm Neil.
He needs like spaghetti coming out of his mouth with that one. Yeah.
I must ask you a question.
Yeah. Porn stash.
Oh. Hey, Thrift Daddy, are you still in Scottsboro? He just Thrift Daddy says Ollie's is in Scottsboro. He and I were supposed to hook up while he was in town and go drink a beer. And every time he gets busy because he comes down for holidays and stuff. And I'm usually busy, and we've tried like 3 times and it hadn't happened.
You know, where's Neil been? I haven't seen him on in a long time.
I haven't talked to him in a while. I check his Facebook status, but it never changes. His last post was November 3rd.
Wow, yeah, that's right. He hasn't been on it forever.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know, somebody posted in the Pickers group that they found an item at Walmart for 20 cents a piece, and they said, "Eric, that's you."
You're echoing bad.
Yeah.
Yep. They said, I found these at Walmart for 20 cents each. As always, I second guessed myself, so I only bought 5 packs. Listed 3 for $5 and sold them today. I knew I should have bought them all. And somebody asked the question. They said, or made the comment, the time it took to buy these, list these, aren't you only making peanuts? I normally try to sell $50 items to make it more worth my time more. Okay, well, that's great if you can only find, I mean, if you've got a plethora of $50 items. But I think, and I commented, I said, one listing, multiple quantities, it's called bulk, you know? And I think that's where, I just happened to read this. I know this is random and off subject. Well, it's reselling related. But I think that's where there's nothing wrong with selling a $5 item or a $5.99. And Eric, you said something about that the other day. You said, I won't sell an item below $5. Or was it $5 or $6?
Yeah, $5. I won't sell an item. And only because I've got items that are $6, but I've got 50 of them. You know, so I'll sell those all day long, but I'm not gonna go out there and hunt the one-off item for less than $5. That's silly.
But if I came across a pool of those at Walmart, there were 50 or 60 of them. It's like, well, the other day we found an item at Walmart for that brick seat in that glitch group. They had some shampoo and conditioner that was what, $1.05 at local Walmart.
Yeah,
and you could get $12.99. You're still echoing really bad. You could get $12.99, $14.99 for a piece for them. But the thing was, I looked at my local stores and I could get 20 of each variety, and so that's kind of a no-brainer because there were 4 varieties. You're only creating 4 listings with multiple quantities. You know, yeah, your profit margin's not great. You're not necessarily going to make a living off selling those, but you got so little in them, and the time involved to create 4 listings is really nothing. So I think I would have to, disagree with the guy that made the comment. The time to buy these and list these, you're not making peanuts. It's not worth your time. I think it is worth your time if you're dealing multiple quantities.
It is. I'm doing small engine stuff right now with small.
I saw that
cheaper.
Well, I saw that posting as well. My only real question was, they're 20 cents a piece. If you're willing to take a risk on 5 of them, why wouldn't you have bought 25 of them? I mean, you're talking about $1. It just seems kind of silly to buy something for 20 cents and not risk $5 on them and buy 25 of them. You know,
it's kind of like the in for a penny, in for a pound kind of thing.
Yeah. I don't understand. Yeah, I should have bought them all. Well, why didn't you? 20 cents a piece. If you didn't make any money, you lost $5.
Yeah. Well, I guess risk reward is different for all people. I guess depending on where you're at.
Well, but it was like those shampoos and conditioners. I mean, we figured up there was probably 100. I mean, it would cost me $125 to buy them all. But if I got $14.99 a piece, I mean, I would only had to sell 8 or 10 of them to have all my money back, and then it would have been just residual, what I call residual income after that.
Mm. I think multiple quantities of low dollar stuff is fine.
Yeah,
I definitely do multiple quantities of low dollar stuff because when I buy stuff at auction so much, like parts and stuff like that, I definitely get my money back. I'm only putting a few dollars into the stuff, and so I sell one and I got my money back.
Yeah, I did that with Briggs and Stratton parts. I bought like beer flats for $1 or $2, and that particular beer flat might be full of $6 parts, but when you got $46 parts, it still pays off.
Yeah.
Well, I was shipping one of these a while ago. Well, hell, I can't show them, but those little skeleton keys, and they're a trunk key, and I have like 600 of them. And yeah, I'm only getting $5 or $6 a piece, but I have one listing with quantity 600.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it cost me $2.50 to mail it, and probably 50 cents in fees or whatever that figures to. So, but I still made $2 or $3 if I do that once a week. I mean, that's a couple $100 a year.
Well, if you make $200 or $3 on, say you make $2 on every key. Well, it's 600 keys. That's a $1,200 key.
Exactly.
You know, I mean that would have paid for that entire key lot with that one little key.
Yeah, and that's the last of the keys. That's all I have left out of all those keys. Actually, somebody made an offer on all the last of the Ford keys the other day, and they went through and bought what would probably some people would call a lowball offer. When I saw the lady was making offers on every single lot, I was like, oh, hell yeah, here's a chance to get rid of the last of them, sell them all to one person. And it added up. I mean, she ended up spending $120, and I'll take that all day long. But
I had the same thing. Same guy was buying my puppets. He sent me a decent offer. I accepted. Then he hits me with 5 other offers. They were a little less than I normally would take, but I'm like, oh, that's one shipping for 6 puppets?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to take that. I mean, I don't care if I'm not making I'm not going to hold out for an extra $5 from 6 different people that might take me a month to get.
But you were saving, you know, if those were 1 or 2 pounds a piece, you're saving $6 or $7 on every single one.
Exactly. It cost me like $8 to send them. And even if I say even if they went first class, they're more than 8 ounces, so they're like $3.50 a piece. I would have had to spend for each one of them. So yeah, I'm gonna do stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I don't necessarily say lowball offers, you know, are bad. But you got to think about what you're selling. You know, someone can lowball me, but if they're buying 10 of some item, I'll take it.
Okay.
Well, that's even with flatware. You know, I've sold so much flatware. It doesn't take me very much time to list some flatware, and I'll even take $5 for a fork. You know, if somebody's gonna pay me $5 for a fork.
So you'll fork for $5? Is that what you're saying?
I will.
Wow. Is it all the same pattern?
Well, like you know, I buy, you know, I pick it up and get it in auction boxes and stuff, and so like I've got almost nothing into it. Sometimes it is all the same pattern, but sometimes it's not. But if it's a common pattern that I know, you know, there's no research into it because it's something that I do a lot of. So I know a lot about it, you know. So there's not a whole lot. I mean, if I got to sit there and research for hours and hours to find the pattern, then that's different. But
and where I'm at, you can get that silver plate stuff pretty cheap. Yeah, like I'll buy those. I bought a 72-piece Rogers set. I think I paid like $17.50 for it. And I sold it for $200.
Yeah. Yeah, it just depends on what it is, I suppose, you know, and how long it takes you to list it and research it and stuff, you know, it's worth it.
Yeah, I saw
I got a quick question. How does the return work? I've got a return that I know it says they're supposed to return the item within 5 days, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to upload tracking.
If they don't, eBay will close it out automatically after 10 or 12 days or something. I can't remember.
12 days. They just closed
I offer 30-day shipping on. I mean, 30-day refunds on everything, and it came down to the last possible minute of those 30 days, and they filed the return.
Mm-hmm.
Of course.
And I provided the information on the 27th of December. So, so it's 12 days out. You think?
12 days and 12 business days. So that's every day but Sunday. And then they'll close it out saying this case was closed.
Hey, eBay should have told you when they would close the case.
Yeah, it's usually wrote on the thing, this case will close on, and it gives a date. Click on the item return information. It'll tell you a closing date.
Not seeing that. All I see is you just got the bottom says here's what happened. It shows where they filed it. We sent a couple of messages back and forth. I approved it. And then on the 27th, provided return information.
The return should have said they have until such and such date to do the return.
Right. Yeah. It says we've asked the buyer to ship the item back by the 4th.
Okay. So they have until yesterday to upload tracking, and then you'll get a few more days. You got to wait a couple more days.
Okay.
They haven't. If they didn't upload any tracking or start the return, You can actually step in and ask eBay to go ahead and close it after that, but you got to give them a couple.
Fishing and Picking said if you call eBay, you should go ahead and close it out. So that might be an option. If it's an item that you're like, oh dear God, please don't return that. I hope they get stuck with it, or it was a whatever. That might be an option to call and see if they go ahead and close it out early.
Yeah, it was a Nintendo 64 that I tested 1 or 2 games on and shipped with like 13 or 14 games. And they're saying it doesn't work.
Yeah, I call eBay and just have them close it though.
But to find out the information, if you don't have it handy, go onto your eBay, what is it, manager or whatever, and click on the link on the left-hand side that says returns.
Yeah, I got that.
And it should say refund due date, and then click on more return details, and it'll tell you when eBay will close it.
Okay.
Mine says eBay will close this item by December. This is an old one, so that's why by December 22nd.
Good Lord, I've got one. I just remembered. I went and checked mine. I've got one that was something that got broken when I shipped it. It was so low cost, I just went ahead and gave them a refund. But as it was my fault, it was a glass teapot with 2 little glass, and at the time I was out of bubble wrap and I didn't cram enough stuff in between, and apparently it broke. Well, actually, it broke the strainer that was in the teapot, which I didn't realize was glass as well, which is my fault for not packing it well. So I gave them the money, but I gave them their money back, but it did it as an e-check, so that's going to still show up in returns. And the other one is a couple of phones that they said ordered by mistake, and it still says waiting for buyer to ship item requested December 26th. So I probably could call on that one and get that one just closed out.
Yeah, I would call eBay. I had to call eBay on these 2, like the December 22nd one. She ordered 2 pairs of jeans, and they didn't fit, so I accepted return. They were going to pay shipping, and they never came back.
But it's the same.
And it was in January 1st, well, January 2nd, I called eBay because they hadn't closed the case.
But at the same time, I'm kind of a believer in, and I haven't proven this. This is just my own theory. I try to kind of call eBay on as few things as possible.
Yeah.
So if that could just sit around and wait for that one to close out on its own, I may just go that route, because I don't know. I think that somewhere internally, obviously they keep they have a log of when you call in, of how many times you've called and all that. I just wonder if at some point, if you call too many times, if you could be kind of flagged as being problematic.
I don't know. I've only called in the past year 3 times.
That's about what I've done. But I see a lot of people in like groups and stuff that are like, call eBay, call eBay. I called eBay, and it's like calling eBay 3 or 4 times a week, and to me that seems a little risky to call them for every time for things that you could actually handle yourself. You know what I mean? No, I totally agree. There's definitely times you need to call because it's easier to explain to a person. And unfortunately, eBay doesn't have any system like they do with Amazon where you can open a case and handle it that way. Which would be nice if they did. Yeah. Contact eBay customer support. Here's my issue. You write it all down and explain it. They handle it, and you don't have to call anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or I'm sure they'll move that way sooner or later.
Yeah, or have like some of the things where you call customer support, you can put on chat. I would love to click and say chat with a support That
would be nice.
Yeah. You just click the item and says, would you like to call, have them call you, or chat. I'd click chat.
I know this one guy, and it never fails. Every once in a while, he calls me, and he's like, "Yeah, I just got off the phone with eBay for 3 hours," and he's like this all the time. I was like, "You got to be kidding me!"
I have to call eBay. I get my problem resolved usually within 15 minutes at the most.
Yeah.
Sometimes because I'm dealing with Peggy from on customer service, but.
There's one I call, well, 2 I called to have the negative feedback removed because one of the customers put negative feedback. I had just shipped out her item, and the next day she put negative feedback. The item wasn't what she ordered, and she had never received it. I don't remember. Oh, the other 2, it was because they had been sitting 2 months as a return case, and they hadn't shut them down. That's, I think, the only time, a couple times I've called.
Huh.
Sorry, I was thinking.
What, Nikki?
Oh, I was just thinking. I went and I didn't realize I didn't have mute on. I was thinking. Sorry.
It's all right. We could think out loud.
You know, last night I had a dream that I ended up coming on one of these hangouts in my sleep. And I woke up and y'all were laughing at me.
Oh, no.
And I woke up and I realized I wasn't wearing pants. Like that dream,
I'm asleep.
like that dream you always have where you dream you go somewhere and you don't have pants on.
Because I'm also a sleep talker, so who knows what I would say.
As long as you're not at the Blue Oyster Cult Bar, is that it?
Joe wants to know what you're knitting, Nikki.
I'm crocheting some bun hats. Messy bun hats.
That is so 80s, which is exactly what's in style.
Those are cool though. What do you get for those?
I get $20 a piece for them.
They're in style so much now.
Y'all talked about them on something the other day, and I went and looked them up. I was like, those are cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that and those little Jimmy hats they make now.
The what hats?
Little Jimmy hats.
What's a Jimmy? I don't.
You know, those little penis hats.
Oh my god.
BB shush.
I'm getting tired of making them though. I mean, it's $20 and it takes me like a couple hours to make them. So I mean, what am I getting? Like $10 an hour?
That's not. I mean, if it's something where you don't have anything better to do and you're watching TV and it's your downtime, how much more the yarn does it cost you?
Oh, I can make 2 or 3 of them out of one skein of yarn, and a skein of yarn is like $2.50, $3.
Really?
So, yeah. I guess it's not too bad, but it takes away from my eBay. So.
Yeah, but you need a break from, I mean, you can't list all the time. That's like the other day when we got back from Tennessee, I was like, oh, I'm good. I'm refreshed and I'm going to list. And then I ended up having to ship most of the day. And then I kind of looked around. I was like, damn, I didn't get anything done on listing. I'm like, but I did get something done. I was productive.
Yeah. Once you start shipping for a while and then you have to switch to list mode, it's a bit hard. I find it.
I find if I stay too much in non-listing mode, it's really hard to get back into listing mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
I had a really, really hard time getting back into the swing of things after I took like a month off this summer. Well, it ended up actually being like 2 months off. I was too lazy to get back to work.
At least you're honest. Like, yeah, too damn lazy. That's why. Not like
I was like, I don't want to do this.
I just walked into my living room, and it looked like it snowed in there. And my bloodhound found a stuffed animal.
Oh no!
Oh. We can all picture it. You can tell who has dogs. We all just pictured the same thing.
Not just that, I was picturing human. When I was a kid, I remember I had this giant turtle. And one night I decided to rip this sucker open. And it wasn't that fluffy stuff. It was like those little white beady things.
Oh.
And they were everywhere. It was like an explosion in the room. I'll never forget my mom walking in like, what the hell? She's like, oh, no, you didn't. Oh, gosh. Yeah, I didn't get yelled at much as a kid, but I do remember the ones. That, and I had one of those. Do you remember this toy? It was a big box. It was like a record player, but instead of a record, you would put a blank picture, and then you'd have all these squirt bottles that were like ketchup bottles of different paints.
Yes.
And the thing would spin, and you would squirt it and squirt the thing, and I was done. There was like paint everywhere, floor, ceiling.
Wasn't it called spin art or something like that?
Yeah, spin art.
Like
Was it? Okay.
Yeah, spin art.
Yeah, that was a yelling session too.
Huh.
I remember enjoying
No,
it.
it got really quiet in the living room, and so I had to go in there and find out what she was doing. And that's exactly what she was doing.
Why are you whiny today? Huh?
And then I gave her a tennis ball. Tennis balls really work well with her. They work like a charm.
That's good. At least you found something. Maybe keep her busy.
She doesn't tear them up. Well, not yet. I'm knocking on some wood here.
She will.
Because she'll probably find a way.
Yeah, she'll get them open. You just keep a supply of them. Anytime you go to the store or whatever, buy.
I bought 6.
Yeah.
And she's already, well, I think she took 2 outside. So, which I don't mind. That'll keep her busy outside too. So.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have to cordon her off into like the back porch, or I have to bring Elvis in here. She's just a mess. I always tell her she's my hot mess.
Mm-hmm. Is she still a puppy?
She is, I believe she is, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January. So she's 7 months old.
Yeah.
No, she's 9 months old.
Yeah, so she's still in puppy mode, huh?
Yes.
That's my lug nut. He's 6 months old, and oh my gosh, he's a handful. Still.
My beagle was adult, about 5 years old. And he had the bad habit of going in the bathroom, pulling the towels off the towel rack, and chewing the ends.
Beagles are a pain in the butt all the time. They're the greatest dogs ever, but they're like rotten little dogs.
My second beagle was funny because I'd get mad at him. I'd look and say, "What did you do?" He'd get up, walk very slowly to the corner of a room, down and put his head in the corner. I never trained him to do it, but he would do it. He's just weird.
I did have
and I got the shock collar. I just can't. I don't know. I just don't like to. I don't like to hear her yelp, but I don't know what else to do with her.
One thing, I used to be against shock collars, but if it means keeping them safe, then I totally agree with them. You know, I mean, like I used to have a dog that would run out the road and chase cars and stuff. I had to end up using a shock collar because that was how I was going to keep them safe.
Yeah,
you
it's the
know,
only way to
and
break.
it was the only thing that would break them from it.
Yeah, I had one like that, and then I had ducks too, and she'd kill my ducks, and I had to finally just do a shock collar and give her a little zip for being naughty.
Yeah.
If they yelp too loud, you can probably just turn down the intensity of the shock.
Yeah, that's kind of what I did, is just kind of measured, you know, because I went a little bit high, and man, she really yelped, and I thought, oh my God, I've killed her. So
It's more that, oh my God, you surprised me, Mom. How dare you smack my bottom?
Or she's just being a really big baby.
Well, that could
Or
sometimes.
You can even loosen the collar up, and they won't get such a bad shock. Because if you got to have that collar kind of tight with those probes. They even say, like, if it's bloodhound is, if it's a longer haired dog, you should like cut the hair a little bit. Because my shepherd, she kind of had thick hair, so my husband would laugh because on the remote, number 4 would be all like thumb marks, but I didn't have the collar very tight, so it didn't always shock her real good.
Dusty's wearing a coat.
She does usually does good with like the sound, or even the
yeah, I like that collar with the sound. It's got
the sound, and then it's got the vibrate.
Yeah. Because whenever I would shock her, I'd use that bad sound, which is kind of looks like a creepy sound, I think. I've been using it a long time. And I got her with just the sound, then she would not do it. I'd yell no, and she'd just give me the look and just keep doing it, or they run away from you, or they're like, haha, you can't do anything.
That's what the next door neighbor's dog, they had the shock collar on, and they push it when they were trying to get her to go in the house. And she'd look up and shake her head and turn and walk away.
What are you up to?
Even at 5, they would do that. She would just look and say, I'm busy, I'm playing, leave me alone.
Yeah.
But I took a small hand in her. Now when she's playing outside with my dog, I tell my dog in the house, which she listens because she was a companion dog, so she was trained a little bit better.
Yeah.
And I say in the house, and she'll go in the house, and I look at Lexi, and I say, Lexi, go home. She looks up at me and then trots off home.
Yeah.
Okay, you told me to go. I'm leaving.
Yeah. My dogs are all getting older, so they're all pretty good now.
She's almost 7. Well, almost 8.
Well, I got a chocolate lab, I think that's like 12 now. I got a Cocker Spaniel, which is probably like 14 or 15. I got a Rat Terrier that's like 8. And I got another lab that's like 2.5. I got a small herd.
Right now, she's on heavy medications because she has hip dysplasia.
Oh, yeah.
Normal thing a lab gets. Well, she's half border collie.
Oh, yeah.
So she's got hip dysplasia. Every once in a while, she'll be walking and her back legs will sort of spread out behind her.
Yeah.
She grumbles. She knows I'm talking about her. She's looking at me and grumbling.
Yeah, you gotta give them a little bit of help to get up when they get up once in a while. My chocolate lab, she isn't bad, but once in a while I notice she does limp a little bit and stuff. I think her hips are starting to bother her.
Well, I've got her on glucosamine, and people say, oh, that's just a phase. But since she's been taking that, she's been more active.
No, glucosamine, because I've used it for horses. It is a good joint therapy thing to use.
Yeah, I found it's working extremely well for her. She's been jumping on the bed, which she had stopped for a year.
Yeah.
She wouldn't jump on the bed, to sleep up on the bed, and now she jumps right up on the bed. Well, she doesn't jump. She sort of puts her paws up and gives this little push thing. She's never jumped. You could lock the doors with a 1-foot-high piece of cardboard, and she will not jump it.
No, glucosamine is good because I've used it for like performing horses. Like when I was showing jumpers and stuff like that. These are horses that are pounding, and I always had good results from it.
Well, I'm happy with it because she hasn't got the arthritic style pain that she was having.
No.
Yeah. But she does have chronic. She has stones, which I can't afford to get operated. It's $1,200, but she gets chronic urine infection. So having her problem with her legs was not a good idea with the urine infections.
Mm.
She'll go to the vet when I get back to Canada. They're cheaper.
Can't they do something with a laser to break those up? Or do they have to do surgery?
These ones are the size of the little ping pong balls.
Oh, so they have to go in. Yeah.
They have to
I
go
know
in.
if they're smaller, they can blast them or something.
That's what she was saying, but there's 3 of them together, so they're going to have to do surgery. But my vet in Canada is when I was called them, he'll charge me about $550 total.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it gets expensive. I had a rat terrier. He got kicked in the head by a horse. And by the time I got done with that, I think that dog cost me.
I'm pretty sure you said, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure you said
Yeah.
horse the first time before you said horse.
Like usually they're up for anything.
I heard you corrected yourself, but you're like, I got kicked in the head by a whore, and I was like, what? Usually they're up for anything.
Oh, I said horse.
Yeah,
they're up for anything. I don't have any whores up here that I know of.
Well, you have a bunch of guys on the show, and it just all goes to crap.
No doubt.
Kind of like me forking for $5.
Yeah.
Could be the same thing. Horse, whore. I don't know. Both have 4 legs.
All right, I'm going to close the show down, guys. You guys can stay on at your own leisure.
There you go.
What, 4 hours? So,
yep,
that's a good show, though. We've covered a lot of interesting topics.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we made it as long as a Dusty show.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for coming, and thanks all the viewers for watching. Don't forget to share this video, and
Bye.